Okay, folks, welcome to the last City Council meeting of 2022. It's Tuesday, December the 13th, and we are about to go into our in-camera session of the council meeting. So we are going to leave here the council chambers. We're going to go into committee room 1, have our in-camera meeting, and then we're going to resume back here once again in open session. So I'm looking for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Newestag. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So we will go inside of committee room 1 now, and we'll resume back here shortly. Thank you. 4, 3. All right, everybody, welcome back. We just concluded our in-camera meeting in Committee Room 1, and we're now going to continue on with the regular scheduled meeting, the last of the year, Tuesday, the 13th of December. And I'd like to start by thanking our staff for doing the Christmas decorations here to help us get in the spirit a little bit of the holidays. So thank you to staff, doing a good job. The way we like to start off our meeting is the singing of O Canada. And tonight we have one of our very own, Sarah Kennedy, is going to join us. Sarah used to work in the mayor and CAO's office, and now she's in legal. And we'd like to welcome her to the mic and ask everyone to stand, please.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
A singing lawyer. Well done, Sarah. Thank you. Well done. Woo. Good job. We're going to do staff. We're going to work our way around, so we'll start here next. So start practicing. So thank you for that, Sarah. Well done. Now, with our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening, with the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land a millennia before us. So draw your attention to the screens.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even, to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs a drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And If it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening within our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the City of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, that it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Now,
Thank you to Jackie Labonte. We're grateful together for the land we share, and I apologize, the sound was a little quiet for those of us in the chambers. I don't know if we can work on that for the next meeting, hopefully, get that a little louder. And I was so captivated by Sarah's singing, I forgot to mention a couple things. I guess she spent her youth singing, only recently came back to music. Now she performs at the Stamford Lane United Church, and with the choir, she's offered a featured soloist, and you can see why. And their choir received a mark of distinction at the Stamford Kiwanis Music Festival in 2019. So she's also began writing her own music and released her first single, Song Star, in May of this year on more than 150 platforms. So multi-talented. So well done, Sarah. Moving along in the agenda, we are now looking for the adoption of the minutes. Now we've got council minutes of November 22nd. Okay, the minutes, the updates, and the correspondence, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Moving on, disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Does anyone have any conflicts of interest? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. 9.4, removal of school crossing guard, deals with the NCDSB, which is my employer. 11.1, 11.3, 11.7, they deal with Bill 23, my family owns lands which can be affected. And 11.6, the Niagara Falls hydro statements. A member of my family was involved in preparing the statements.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other disclosures? And reminder, if you have disclosures, fill out the procedural notice and hand it in to the clerk or send it by email so we have written copy of your conflicts. Moving on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting is the mayor's reports and announcements. It's usually where people take a bathroom break, but these ones will be brief, so I'd recommend sticking around. Starting off with obituaries, we offer our condolences to Councillor Strange on the loss of his uncle Bryan. I'd like to acknowledge some birthdays. I know he was here earlier, and I don't know if he's still in the room. Trent Dark, our director. Oh, he's in the back. There he is. Trent, give a wave so we all know where you are. Okay, there's Trent. My nickname for Trent is Snicker, because when he's having a bad day, I bring him a Snickers bar. So that just happens once in a while. During COVID, that's the only time. So anyway, Trent is our director of HR, and his birthday was on Monday, so yesterday. Also, Jonathan Levins from our finance department, his birthday is on the 22nd. And Councillor Lococo, the day after Christmas, Monday, December the 26th, is that right? Yes, is your birthday, so happy birthday. So push for change. We had a couple of events that will draw your attention to the screen. This was really neat. Joe Roberts, known as Skid Row CEO, he pushed his shopping cart right across Canada in 2016. And he used to be homeless himself. He used to have a drug addiction, and he turned it around and became very successful CEO and wanted to share his success. So one of his favorite stops was Table Rock House in Niagara Falls. So he was here to present, spoke to a bunch of people at the convention center. That is Chief Joe Zambito, who's also here in the audience, for putting this. Thank you, Joe, for putting this together for the community. Joe Roberts and his wife, Marie, they raise funds for social awareness. His book is called The Push for Change, Push for Change, for pushing his cart. And again, I'd like to thank Joe for bringing this inspired speaker here. And I'd like to thank Councillors Patel and Newstag for joining us for the presentation. Next up, again, Joe. It's all Joe show here today. Joe Zambito, Fire Chief. Check your smoke detector pizza party. And it's amazing. You know, when you start, you think it's the simplest thing to have a functioning smoke detector with good batteries. You think it's common sense, but apparently it's not that common. They can prevent fire and death and lots of terrible things. And they had a contest. The fire department had a contest, and they engaged the community. And the winners were the Isherwood family, and the winner got to have a pizza party at Station 7 on Lundy's Lane. And Chief, is there anything you could share with us in terms of, you know, I was really blown away when you guys were telling me. I just assume everybody has a working smoke alarm because it's the simplest, cheapest way to protect your family. What were some of the things you were sharing with us about smoke alarms?
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and to everyone in the council chambers. It's actually amazing. Smoke alarms have been around for over 20 years, and we're still finding that there are many people in our community that don't have working smoke alarms, and it's your best defense if you have a fire in your home. Over the Christmas holidays, starting on Monday, we are promoting tips how to protect your home over the Christmas holidays. And every day there's a different tip, and we're just trying to get out in the community at different ways, using social media, using radio stations, just to try to encourage people to check your smoke alarms, your carbon monoxide on a regular basis, and to ensure that they're working and functioning, because you never know, and seconds count. Seconds count, and you really don't have a lot of time to get out, especially in the wee hours of the morning when you're unexpected. And without a working smoke alarm, you really don't have a chance. So we're just urging the community to get that done.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you for that. Also like to acknowledge we've got Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco joining us for the meeting today. So Joyce, thank you for being here. Flag raisings, we had a couple of them. AIDS awareness. I was joined by Councillor Mona Patel and Tony Baldinelli. You can see there we were out front of City Hall. And our red scarves, which we later tied to the poles downtown for people to draw awareness. And secondly, for National Day of Romania. And there's another picture there. And we had our Romanian friends here celebrating their special day as well. We had some grand openings just yesterday. We had Crispy African Market. I was joined by Councillors Pietrangelo, Patel, Newestag, and Baldinelli. We kind of almost had a council meeting, but not. So we were there, and we welcome this excellent African restaurant to the community, who's going to focus in on people that are new to the area, help them get food, help them learn the area, make friends, and get acquainted. And it's funny, they pointed a thing that for me seemed silly, but then I realized, she said, you know, we come here and we don't know, you know, the customs and the foods. She said they gave us at the food shelter, they gave us broccoli and they gave us cauliflower. And they said, what is this? And what do we do with this? You know, and we just assume, well, what do you mean? What do you do with it? It's healthy, nutritious food. And they didn't see it that way. So some things we take for granted. And I know Councillor Patel was telling us she's had some similar experiences originally. Is that right? All right, I'll leave it there. Next up, she shared one with us, but I won't go there. And also, we had another grand opening yesterday, Smoke Show Cigars. I was joined by Councillor Patel, Newestag, and Baldinelli, and one of our newest Main and Ferry BIA businesses that opened up. So congratulations to the newest entrepreneurs. We wish you well, and we're glad to be here to support you. And our next meeting will be on Tuesday, January the 17th. So this will be it for this year. So that concludes everyone's favorite part of the meeting. Moving on to deputations and presentations, item 6.1. We're joined today for a South Niagara Hospital Development presentation. And I'd like to welcome the following. We've got Lynn Guerrero, give a little wave so we know who's Lynn, our President and CEO of the NHS. Dr. Johan Villian, Chief of Staff. He was with us on our Santa Claus parade. Angela Zangari, Executive VP of Finance, Redevelopment and Support Services, Chief Financial Officer. Wow, that's a title. That's a serious title. And Cliff Harvey, Chief Planning Officer. So we'd welcome all of you here, and whoever wants to speak up to the microphone, and make sure the little button is pushed, the little red light is on, so we know we'll hear you.
Which button?
Either mic, and there's a button beside each one.
This one?
Her left or
It's
your
on?
left?
It's on. It's on. I'm
Okay.
being told
It's
it's on. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having us here this evening. You can go to the next slide. We'll just jump right in here. So we're here today, my colleagues and I, to provide you with an update on the new South Niagara Site Hospital project as we get closer to the construction stage. So very exciting. We are also presenting Niagara Health's request to the City of Niagara Falls for the municipality's local share commitment. Next slide. So the South Niagara site, as you know, will be located at the corner of Bigger and Montrose Roads on a 50-acre lot that is adjacent to the QEW. The new hospital will be a bright and modern 10 to 12-story healthcare facility featuring a transit stop, pedestrian and cyclist networks, and a community plaza. The site will be the first hospital of its kind in Canada to have an Indigenous healing space and Indigenous healing garden that are co-designed by the Indigenous community to create a culturally safe and welcoming space for Indigenous peoples. Next slide. The site will have 469 beds, increasing our total number of beds in the region by 156. The new hospital will be larger than the St. Catharines site, featuring centers of excellence in complex care, wellness and aging, and stroke. Every space is being designed with an older adults focus embedded into all aspects of care. In addition to reducing wait times and providing a better overall patient experience, the new hospital, we are proud to say, will be able to accommodate 12 more hemodialysis stations, 20,000 more emergency visits annually, 7,400 more seniors wellness visits annually, and 77% more capacity for mental health and addictions visits. Another truly exciting aspect is that the new South Niagara site will be the first WELL-certified hospital in Canada. This certification will promote well-being for our staff and physicians and improve the overall experience for all who use the building. Next slide. Niagara Health and Infrastructure Ontario are working with the Ministry of Health to deliver on the South Niagara site with a fairness monitor overseeing the entire procurement process. Following the request for qualifications process in October of 2021, 3 teams were invited to respond to a request for proposal to design, build, finance, and maintain the new site. 2 teams submitted their proposals by the deadline: Elliston Infrastructure Healthcare and Niagara Care Partners. Next slide. The successful proponent is expected to be awarded the contract early next year. After the contract is awarded, Niagara Health will work closely with our teams to finalize the bidder's design and start construction of the new hospital. The preferred proponent will provide updated timelines, but we anticipate project completion and occupancy in 2028. And I will ask Angela to come up and discuss the next slide.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all tonight. Local share. So our local share is the portion of funding for which a hospital is responsible. The Ministry of Health does not cover 100% of all costs incurred. Niagara Health is responsible for 10% of eligible construction costs and associated ancillary costs, but we are responsible for 100% of the costs associated with the purchase of new and replacement furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Next slide, please. So in addition to the Niagara Falls being here, Niagara Health will also be making local share requests to Fort Erie, Port Colborne, Welland, Pelham, and Wainfleet as well. It's important that we have commitments from the region as well as the city that the hospital resides in before making formal requests to other municipalities. Similar to our ask today, requests to the other municipalities will be based off a per capita utilization. Next slide. The Niagara region has already made a commitment of $44.5 million towards the new hospital, while the town of Fort Erie has also made a proactive initial commitment of $3 million. The Niagara Health Foundation has committed to raising $35 to $45 million, leaving the municipalities and Niagara Health's own funds through parking and retail to complete the local share portion. Should municipalities choose not to contribute, Niagara Health will be required to cover the local share from its own funds, funds that should be going directly to patient care for Niagara residents. Next slide, please. Niagara Health is required to demonstrate to the Ministry of Health that we have secured support from the region and municipalities to help cover our $230 million local share portion of this project. Without a formal request, the City of Niagara Falls made an initial commitment to the South Niagara site of $22 million, showing the city's early enthusiasm and dedication to this important project. Niagara Health is very grateful that the City of Niagara Falls purchased the land for the new South Niagara site. And while this is truly significant, the contribution is not considered by the Ministry of Health as part of the local share commitment, as it's not a dollar or monies contribution. Niagara Health is contributing $6.5 million in development charges to the City of Niagara Falls, and will also be gifting the current Niagara Falls Hospital site located on Portage Road to the city for future use. A total contribution from Niagara Health to the city of approximately $12.5 million. When the St. Catharines site was built, Niagara Health did not give the facility back to the city. Instead, we were able to sell the building and apply those funds to our local share commitment. In addition, development charges were waived by the City of St. Catharines for the project in St. Catharines. When factoring in the development fees as part of their contribution, St. Catharines gave $349 per capita when the St. Catharines site was built. Currently, the City of Niagara Falls has made a contribution of $249 per capita. So Niagara Health is respectfully requesting that the City of Niagara Falls increase its initial commitment by an additional $8 to $10 million, equaling a per capita commitment of $340. If Niagara Health is not able to secure funds to cover our local share commitment, we will have to use funds that should be going to patient care. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Villian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. When you look at this big project, I always think in terms of needs and wants. This is not a want. This is a community need. And when you listen to everything that Lynn and Angela have sketched for us, you can sum it up in impact and people. So what's going to be the impact of this large project? It starts when we start digging a hole in the ground. We're going to employ people. So there's a huge economic benefit for this region. If we use the example up the road in St. Catharines, at peak times during construction, there's about 1,000 people on site on any given day. And the interesting fact is 85% of them were locals. There's no reason why this couldn't be the same or better here. So just imagine that for a moment. You're employing all these people from the region. Some of them are going to be seasoned. Others are going to cut their teeth in a trade here. And they're going to continue. The spin-off doesn't stop. So it's very important, in my view, to remember that spin-off even as we build. And when we finish building it, this does not stop. It continues for the lifespan of the hospital. So if you look at the size of this place, in true Niagara Falls tradition, we can say, I see your 1 million square feet and I raise you 100,000 square feet. Because this place is going to be bigger. And that size does matter, because it matters and it changes the environment within which our teams are going to be providing care. We are just at, hopefully, the tail end of an event that's once in 100 years, and we very quickly realized the impact of preventing infection. So IPAC, Infection Prevention and Control. This hospital is designed with exactly that in mind. Every patient who's going to be an inpatient is going to have their own room, their own bathroom. So much easier to control spread of disease that way. And that is only one of the ways in which this is going to have an impact on that level. The size, you heard Lynn say, we're going to see 20,000 more ED visits per year. All of that with the expanded space allows flow, access, and throughput, and ultimately then the patient's experience to get better. But let's also look at the impact of the people who provide the care. We saw in St. Catharines when we opened that building, it became so much easier for us to recruit new talent. And we were able to recruit the kind of talent that allowed us to expand the services we were going to provide. I am confident it will be exactly the same in this site, that we can do that. Expand what we do well, do something better. You will have heard the number of complex care beds. Now, the unfortunate thing is complex care is usually care provided when we are older. So we focus very much not only in the design of the building, but also the services we are going to build in there on the aging population. And we are already building those strategies. We're not waiting for the doors to open. We want to hit the ground running when we walk in there, with a strong focus on the elderly population. So we are confident we will keep the staff we have, which is very important today. And if we think our health human resources issues are a problem now, that's not going to fix itself in a short period of time. So all of these things, that new environment, what that environment can bring will help us keep the talent we have, and it'll help us recruit talent as it comes. So please consider carefully. The last remark that Angela made, that if we don't get help, then we have to take money out of what goes to patients. And that is already a problem for us. So we ask, please consider quite carefully and strongly the support we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
So that's it from us. We're happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any questions of council for any of the NHS that are here today? Any questions about the hospital, about the site, about the opening? Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the original ask was $22 million, which really wasn't an ask, but we offered it before the official campaign. Do I understand that correctly through the mayor? Okay, yes. And then you're asking for an additional 8 to 10, so that's 30 to 32. I understand when you said about the $11 million for the land that it wasn't being counted to the local share because it wasn't money. You said dollars or monies. Why wouldn't that be accredited to our local share through the mayor?
I'll ask Angela to come up. You probably need to stay on.
Yeah, it's really how the ministry counts the money. So we don't have the cost of the land within the project, so we can't count the donation that was made for the land or the additional land that was purchased as a result of it.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So what normally happens when we are building a hospital? Who gives the land? Who donates it? Who purchases it? Where does that fit into a plan like this?
So it's different in a number of areas. I can give you the example for St. Catharines, where for St. Catharines, Niagara Health purchased the land at a reduced rate that we got from, so where St. Catharines site is right now, the hospital itself purchased it.
Okay, thank you. You talk in your presentation about needing money for the building permits. I'm sorry, this is where my planning knowledge is going to come. Are the building permits and development charges, they're separate, correct? Okay, so the building permits, how much are the building permits then?
Do you know how much the building permits are?
The building permits are approximately $2.5 million. Development charges are approximately $6.5 million.
Okay, I did see the 6.5, thank you. Can we go back to the building permit? Is there building permits for the region as well?
For the regions, no, but there are development charges for the region.
And the development charges for the region?
They're, I will just say they're approximately $12 million.
So let's go back to the development charges. St. Catharines waived the development charges.
Correct.
And the city of Niagara Falls is not waiving the development charges,
Correct.
but $6.5 million will be coming into the city because you're paying the development
Correct.
charges, okay?
Yes.
And then the $6 million is gifting of the existing site,
Correct.
the value of it.
The value.
Okay. Okay, and I think those were all the questions. I had some more questions for our staff later. Thank you very
Okay,
much
thank you
for
for
your
that.
response.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for NHS presenters? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Well, first of all, I wanted to say welcome to the people from Niagara Health. It's great that you would come and make a presentation. I know that staff have been in discussions with you. It's great to be your partner on such a project. I wanted to ask a question of Mr. Burgess. Back when the St. Catharines Hospital was built, did St. Catharines have development charges?
I'd reconfirm, but I know St. Catharines just reinstated their development charges, and for a period of time they had no development charges, but I know with their limited structure, their development charges were traditionally fairly low at that time. But
Can I just say, in discussions with the region, they actually calculated the development charges waiving in the amount that was given to them in 2007.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I guess I did have another question through yourself to the representatives from Niagara Health, and it just has to do with the valuation that you put on the old hospital of $6 million. I was just wondering how you came up with that valuation. I mean, I can honestly say that I think the city is looking forward to acquiring that land and using it as part of a redevelopment. We already have in our capital budget for this year a secondary plan that's going to look at, you know, the redevelopment of those lands and some other lands that we've acquired directly across the street. So we're excited to see some new residential go there. Just wondering how you came up with the valuation of it.
Yeah, originally in 2016, there was an appraisal done, and then it was reevaluated in 2020.
Okay. And can I just ask as well,
Yeah,
Your Worship?
of course.
Is there any, do you have any data on whether or not there's been an environmental on those buildings? Perhaps what a cleanup cost would be?
Yes. So all hospitals are public assets, and so the government of Ontario actually requires us to do an environmental survey of the entire property, recognizing that any hazardous waste or any materials are going to be a liability on the provincial book. So we have all that information as well, which we will share with the city as we go through the process. And we're also looking at updating all the environmental reports on that as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question. How will Bill 23, if any, affect this development?
I don't think we've really evaluated that yet, so I don't think we can answer it with any level of confidence right now, but we can certainly get back to you on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to thank you for coming out and explaining a little bit about the hospital. I think what we realize, especially in the last few years, how we always know that healthcare is important, but recently we really do realize how important it is. We even see it now with the ICUs. I see it. Sick kids, there's, you know, they can't even have enough beds for them, and for you guys to be able to put and not spread the germs by having one in each room and stuff, like nobody thought we were going to be where we were a few years back. And so it's great to see, and I'm looking forward to know that the hospital is bigger than St. Catharines. It's something that's needed here, and it's going to be amazing. So thank you for coming and taking the time to give the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Strange. Any other questions of council? Because we're going to next have our staff up, so you may have other further questions that might get addressed when they present. So I think we're good for the moment. So if you want to get comfy, cozy, get you some popcorn and put your feet up, relax, and now we'll get our own team up here. So I guess we've got Sam Vallejo, our Director of Building and Enforcement Services. He's online. Okay. I thought I saw, no, he's right here. I thought I saw him.
I'm actually here, yes.
Two places. And also we've got Eric Nickel, our General Manager of Municipal Works. And where's Eric? Eric's here hiding behind the plant. And then we've got Andrew Bryce sitting in the gallery. He's our Director of Planning, Building, and Development. So I'll pass it off to Sam, who's also our Chief Building Official. So floor is yours, Sam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just getting set up here. Who's got control?
I do. Okay. Sean's got control.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and the councillors. The South Niagara General Hospital is an exciting project, and with the construction commencing next year or mid next year, we as staff understand that communication is a key factor to the success to the project, and we want to take part in that success by ensuring that all planning approvals and building permit processes are seamless for this project. So, as part of our plan to strengthen the communication between the parties, our project plan is to assemble a team with the selected individuals, with myself being the team lead and Mr. Bryce, Director of Planning, being the co-lead. And together we will ensure that the planning and building information will be required for the permit or for this development will be communicated effectively, efficiently to the Niagara Health Group and Project Co. Some of the work that has been completed to date is there has been ongoing development and meeting activities between the City of Niagara Falls, the Niagara Region, and Niagara Health to coordinate the off-site infrastructure and roadworks. This includes the development of the underground services carried out by the regional roads contractor that will service the hospital site and coordinate with the future Project Co. for the hospital project. Also, a draft site plan agreement has also been initiated by our planning department. Mr. Mayor, if I can ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can ask Mr. Nickel to explain the engineering work completed to date.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. To date, since 2019 and even earlier, municipal staff have been working on the off-site infrastructure enabling works, and we've successfully completed with the collaboration with the region as a region-led municipal Schedule C class environmental assessment for Montrose Road, Bigger Road, Lions Creek, and that study was filed in the end of December 2021. Next slide, please. So building on that approval, we've moved forward through the detailed design phase, and I'm happy to hear that, or happy to share with you that Niagara Region is in a position to award a tender in a value of $25 million for the reconstruction of Montrose Road, Bigger Road, Lions Creek, and a Rexinger extension stub. That will include a multi-use path on the west side of Montrose Road, new storm sewers, new water main extensions, new sanitary sewers within the study area, as well as urbanization, landscaping, street lighting, and all the things we'd expect to service a new hospital and to see growth increase around the new hospital. Next slide, please. The city's contribution to the road reconstruction and servicing works was also approved by this council last meeting in a value of approximately $13 million. Ongoing since early this year, June 2022, we've been working on a new water main feed to loop water from mid-Chippewa, so it's from Stanley Avenue west, under Rexinger Road, under the QEW to Montrose Road. That will supply a redundant loop, a second loop to the new hospital. So there's always an adequate supply of water for potable use and for firefighting purposes, and will also allow for expansion of urban services to those areas that were previously not serviced by municipal water infrastructure. That work is about 80% complete. Tunneling is happening right now, and we expect completion in the spring with restoration of Rexinger Road to follow. Thank you. There's a project illustration in your package if you want to see those details. I won't dwell on that today.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll ask, through you, I'd like to ask Mr. Bryce to explain the planning work completed to date.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Staff have actually been working on a site plan process for a couple of years now. An application was submitted by Niagara Health in December 2020. Through review of drawings, there were some departures from the zoning regulations. So Niagara Health submitted and received approval from the Committee of Adjustment for minor variance that included variances to parking standards and to building height. We further processed a second submission later on in 2021 and provided comments to Niagara Health. We've also been working on a draft site plan agreement. This agreement includes conditions of approval. And actually, Council's approval of changes to the official plan at last Council meeting will assist us in moving ahead with a conditional site plan approval. The agreement will include conditions of approval, will authorize certain works to proceed in advance of the final approval of drawings. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
So some of the high-level next steps. So the Niagara Health continues to provide the city with updates on status on the RFP process. So the RFP technical submission occurred on August 30th, 2022. The Niagara Health team was undertaken with their submission and evaluations. Discussions with the first negotiation proponent were obtained in November 16th, 2022. Identification of the preferred proponent is scheduled for December 16th, 2022. And the City of Niagara Falls and proponents will have a kickoff meeting on December 21st to initiate a working relationship. Also, as you've heard, the contract will be awarded early 2023. And the City of Niagara Falls and Progeco, Progeco's working relationship will be initiated soon after. To advance the site plan approval requirements, schedule the building permit application process, and initiate contact and develop a working relationship with the City of Niagara Falls, the Niagara Region, the roadworks contractor, Progeco, and Niagara Health. So how does the city team plan to assist Progeco and Niagara Health through the building and planning process? We want to improve the communication by channeling all the information to Progeco and Niagara Health through the City of Niagara Falls team lead, review the Progeco's construction schedule to assist and advise in advance the information that will be required for each step or each phase of the building permit process. Also for the planning approval, utilize the conditional site plan approvals to ensure that the project proceeds in a timely manner. Also for building permits, we plan to utilize the conditional permit process to commence construction prior to site plan approval. We want to designate, or the plan is to designate, a plans examination and inspection team to work with the project and provide consistent communication. And finally, have bi-monthly meetings with Progeco to resolve any on-site building code related and design issues that may occur on this complex project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vallejo. Are there any questions of council for Sam? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I went through the presentation, and I think I don't have all of the information here, I did ask about the cost of what we put into it. So I pulled out 25 million for infrastructure in there. I pulled out 7.5, so that's 32.5. But then Mr. Nickel just said 13 million that we approved last meeting. So I'm confused about the 7.5 and the 13 million.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thanks. And through you, Mr. Mayor, 25 million includes the regional share.
Okay.
So the city has 13 of the 25 million for that reconstruction project.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question, if the region was paying anything, and you just answered that. So are there any other costs, but, so really it's not 25 million, it's the 13 or minus the 13?
The city's contribution is 13 million.
Okay, so it's really 13 and 7.5, which is the 20.5, and then our 32 million, and then our 11 million. Because residents are asking what is the cost to taxpayers. So the region is paying their 44.5 million plus that infrastructure, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to caution the councillor on this reasoning. This is works, the water, the road, the sewer will also service future growth and has a benefit to some existing. So it wouldn't be truthful to say that it's strictly for the hospital, but it definitely enables the hospital to be built.
Okay, thank you. And we might not necessarily be doing that now if it wasn't for the hospital.
Again, through the mayor, I think that we would be looking at the secondary planning that would accompany those, but certainly the work that we've done to date reflects a future growth scenario. So it's a catalyst for sure, but it's hard for me to answer that question, not knowing where we've been. today.
Understood, thank you. And I don't know who can answer this, I guess maybe the mayor. The $40 million that you and Mr. Oakes are fundraising, what does that go towards?
Well, probably best that I ask them to answer that. I'm just handing the money over, right? So we're, as I understand, everything outside the hospital, the province takes care of. Everything inside, we've got to come up with, but Angela could do a lot better job than I could.
So the majority, well, the fundraising will all go towards equipment. So as I mentioned before, we're responsible for 100% of equipment. So MRIs, CTs, beds, ultrasounds, all that.
So the NHS is responsible for that equipment, but each of the municipalities will be doing fundraising, or are you the fundraiser for the whole,
No.
all of them?
Are you doing?
You go ahead, you answer it.
No, so the fundraising is through the mayor, through his other hat, I guess, as far as co-chairing with Mr. Oakes. It's for the $40 million, but we're also going to, similar to how we came here today, and to the region, we'll be going to other municipalities as well, as far as their share for the hospitals as well. We did that with St. Catharines. For example, we went to Thorold and Niagara-on-the-Lake as a majority of the users for that St. Catharines site.
Through the mayor, so if I understand this correctly, there's the local share, but then there's also donations that you're looking for from each municipality.
So the local share consists of donations, which is the $40 million, tax levies, which is what we're here today for, including the region and other municipalities, and then it also includes a share of that the hospital puts forward. So our parking revenues, for example, goes to pay for our local share, which would be through our, for the hospital itself, through construction, or mainly through equipment. Any kind of other cafeteria revenues that we put forward to. That's kind of what I was saying before, where if typically those types of revenues would go for operations of the hospital. So if we don't raise the money in the community, or we don't get the money through tax levies, then that means that we need to put a larger portion of that. So local share is a combination of all three: hospital-owned funds, foundation, and tax levies.
Okay, so the local share then, the 30 to 32 million, is not a total because it also includes the donations.
No, it's separate. So the 30 to 32 is, and I'm not sure how you're going to fundraise, how it's going to be, if it's going to be a levy or if there's a special funds, I'm not sure. So assuming it's a levy, it would be through that 30 to 32, and then 30 to 45 for foundation, and then the remainder 70 to 80 million is Niagara Health owned funds through things like the parking and the cafeteria and other types of revenues that we raise at the hospital. They're not related. They're separate.
So if we were to put a price tag, if a resident asked us how much is the city of Niagara Falls paying for the hospital, what is the answer? If we can't take the whole infrastructure, because I understand that it could be for a future development, what is the price tag on the hospital for our Niagara Falls residents?
So I'd direct that to our CAO. Between land and between, like you say, whether it's a levy and we've got reserves that we've already put aside. Mr. Burgess, would you like to answer this?
Sure. Thank you. Through the mayor to the council. The cost to the city specifically will be, well, the city has already paid the $11 million for the land. This council will make the decision during budget time what their commitment is. The ask is between $30 and $32 million. This council will make that decision. That would be the pure tax levy to the specific to the hospital. And as Mr. Nicol had said, though infrastructure is going in there that enables the hospital to go on, it'd be very difficult to attribute how much of that is specific to the hospital versus specific to the other users of that infrastructure. So that would be direct from the city of Niagara Falls. The resident of Niagara Falls also pays regional taxes, and frankly, the region has contributed $40 million and also contribute to the infrastructure. So it would be the same evaluation that you'd have to undertake for the resident there. So, but strictly from city's finances, it's the $11 million plus whatever this council decides on between the $30 and $32 million.
Okay, thank you. And we're not asked to commit tonight. We're just accepting the presentation. We will discuss this at budget time.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. I know that we all know the issues that we're having with the healthcare right now, with staffing issues, so obviously this is something that we need to look at. I know with Bill 23, Councillor Campbell asked about how Bill 23 will affect the hospital. I'm a little bit concerned about how Bill 23 is going to affect our revenue and our expenses, so I'd like to have that discussion at budget time when we're making this commitment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. Where does all the equipment go from the old hospital? What happens with that?
So we evaluate it, and we see we certainly can't replace every piece of equipment because we can't afford to do so. So our total new and replacement equipment for the new hospital is about $150 million. It's quite significant. So what we do is we look and we say, what can we move over? So we look at timing of certain things. So we'll look to say, maybe we just purchased an ultrasound unit 2 years ago, and we say, okay, that still has another, 5 years of life, so we're going to move that over. So every piece of equipment has an evaluation done, and as we get closer, then we start looking at, should we buy now or can we wait, and then buy it and move it directly into the new site. But that's the evaluation that we would do.
And stuff that you don't use, what happens to that?
So we look at, is there a way that we can donate it, or if we can sell it off, like, a lot of things actually are quite old, so, salvaged or what have you. We look at what we can do with that. But we always look at, can we donate, and can we look at reselling as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newstag.
Through you to
Jason.
When we speak of a levy, how does that work? Is that done over a number of years? Like, what is the impact to the taxpayer? Is it done over 10 years, so the amount is very reasonable?
Thank you. Through the council, staff will be presenting a number of options for council. You could take the money from reserve. We have set aside money from the reserve from the initial, and that came from the holding company, from our holdco. But we've only put aside $22 million because that was the original ask, and then whatever council decides. I think, not to be spoiler alert here, but I think staff's recommendation is that a special levy be considered by council. That would be over a longer period of time to assist the city in paying that, though we may decide to pay the full amount up front. It wasn't involved in the presentation, but we'll get into this at the budget time, is that the hospital donation is required as at a specific date, and if it's not paid at that point in time, there's an interest charge to the city for paying it over time, because they have to essentially take on debt. So, our staff recommendation is likely to be, we may take more from our reserves, knowing that we have to pay the reserves back, put a charge in for the taxpayer to pay that back, so it's lighter on the taxpayer over a period of time. But we'll be presenting options to council, and that'll be one of the decisions to be made.
And I just want to make another comment about the foundation. As a member of it, all equipment in the hospital has never been through the government. It's always been through donations. So I just want to reiterate the hard work that the foundation has done and will continue to do to raise money to equip the hospital. There's a plug.
Well, you're a former member of the Niagara Falls Foundation, and then which amalgamated into one, and chair. Former chair, is that right? Yes, that's right. So I know, good, a lot of background and experience in support of NHS. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. I just want to add on, and I know Councillor Coco talked about it yourself, and Harry Oakes took on the big responsibility. I know it just kind of got thrown. You're like, now I got to raise all this money, but you guys, right off the bat, you're getting a bunch of families and other people, developers, ES Fox, and other people donating. So you realize how important this is. It's not like, oh, we might need it. We need it. You can't put a price tag on health.
I would definitely echo that comment. Yeah, we need it. Councillor Thompson.
Anyway, we've been working on this for a lot of years, and I want to, you have been phenomenal on this issue, and the staff working on. And regardless of any questions, this is absolutely necessary for our community. And regardless of concerns or financial, this has to go on, and I totally compliment everybody who was in positive with respect to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I don't know how you made the word phenomenal echo like that in the chamber. That was amazing. Did anyone else hear that? No? Oh, I was the only one. Okay. I agree. I agree with that. I mean, it's, you know, there's, like Dr. Villian said, there's needs and there's wants, right? This is a need for sure. Our old bird was built in '58. It's been a long, long time. A lot of things have changed in healthcare. The city's grown a lot since then, and it's going to grow a lot more, and it's going to service not just Niagara Falls, but beyond for the south. So it's an absolute necessity. So I just want to say thank you to our NHS team, all of you being here. Appreciate it. To all of our city team. We're going to be working partner. You're going to be joined at the hip for the next few years, and I'm looking forward to beating the bushes and helping along with Harry Oakes to raise the money so that we can get all the equipment, and we don't have to rely solely on revenues from parking and the retail and the restaurants. So I just want to say on behalf of the city, we're proud to partner with you. We're looking forward to that day when everybody's going to be better served with better health care in Niagara. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation today? Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newesteg. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And thank you, everybody. If you want to stick around, there's more the rest of the night. Feel free. No? Okay, fair enough. It's good for your health care to get out, yes. All right, moving along. We're now moving to the planning portion of our agenda tonight. And I'd now ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda, please.
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit an existing single detached dwelling unit as a vacation rental unit at 5073 Kitchener Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on November 18th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our planner, Alexa Cooper, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati, and good evening, members of council and the public. As mentioned, my name is Alex Cooper, and I'm the planner with the city for this file. Before us tonight is a proposal to rezone 5073 Kitchener Street to permit a vacation rental unit or Airbnb in the existing single detached house. The subject land is located on Kitchener Street. To the north is Falls Avenue, and to the south is a parquet and tourist commercial area. To the east are single detached dwelling units and a mixed-use building on Lewis Avenue there. You can see the former grocery store with apartments above, and to the west are detached dwellings. The applicant has requested approval for a zoning bylaw amendment at 5073 Kitchener Street. The land is zone deferred tourist commercial in bylaw 79-200. The applicant is requesting that the subject land be rezoned to a site-specific deferred tourist commercial zone to permit a vacation rental unit in accordance with the regulations of section 4.38 of the zoning bylaw. Those sections include a maximum bedroom of 3. The VRU will be licensed by the city, and the maximum occupants as per the Ontario Building Code, with 2 parking spaces that are required. The applicant will be required to obtain an encroachment agreement with the city for the proposed parking space locations. So here you can see the site plan for the 3-bedroom vacation rental unit, and also the proposed parking encroachment for the 2 required spaces. They are proposing to have an encroachment agreement for 2.8 meters of the 5.2 meter parking stall length. And you can see that zoomed in here. So as mentioned, the proposed zoning is a site excuse me, specific deferred tourist commercial zone. They're requesting a minimum lot area of 232, a minimum interior side yard of 0.8 meters on the west side, a minimum parking space width of 2.5 meters, minimum lot frontage of 7.5 meters, minimum interior side yard width of 1.1 meters on the eastern side, a minimum length of the parking stall space of 5.2 meters, and a minimum front yard depth of 2 meters. And as you can see, most of these are existing conditions on the property. An open house was held on September 14th. There was one resident in attendance who was in support of the application. I did receive comments in my inbox yesterday from a member of the public who was against the application. They wish to see the property remain residential in nature. Staff's response is that the official plan envisions this area for eventual tourist commercial uses, and the residential appearance of the single detached house and its proximity to the tourist area, which is about 400 meters, is an appropriate discretionary use for this property. The proposal conforms to provincial, regional, and local policies. The property is designated tourist commercial and is intended for tourist accommodations. However, staff recommend that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved with modifications to require a front yard depth of 4 meters and to have a full required parking stall length of 6 meters. A 4-meter front yard setback will require the demolition of the covered porch on the property. With the front porch removed, the required 6-meter parking stall length and 0.3-meter clearance to the sidewalk can be achieved between the front of the building and the existing sidewalk. And again, an encroachment agreement will be required for a portion of these parking spaces. With a full 6-meter parking stall length, median SUVs and trucks will not overhang the sidewalk and force pedestrians onto the road, causing potential traffic and safety issues. So staff's recommendation excuse me, is that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as modified and recommended in the report on the agenda tonight, subject to an approved encroachment agreement as required for the parking spaces prior to the amending bylaw being brought forward to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Do we have any questions of council? Yeah, Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, we passed a bylaw saying vacant and these properties are not in a residential, and you're saying that this is tourist commission, the property?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, in the official...
Well, I look at it.
Well, she's going to answer let her answer the question, Councillor. So yes, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, so in the official plan, the property is designated tourist commercial, and in the zoning bylaw, it's zone deferred tourist commercial.
Yeah.
And I look at it, and I know the property, and it's all residential, and if somebody was doing a bed and breakfast, I wouldn't have a problem with this, but I get tired of constant complaints about the residents with vacation and Airbnbs in residential areas. It's unbelievable, and I think the person who was complaining about it has legitimate concerns about people vacation rental there, and he said, oh, maybe if the person was living in it, then it would be a bed and breakfast, and I don't have any problem with that, but a vacation rental in this residential area, I think that is a mistake.
Okay,
And
thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to, sorry, Alex, I can't remember your
Cooper.
last name. Cooper,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's okay.
Could you please explain deferred commercial, tourist commercial? I know that vacation rental units are allowed in tourist commercial, but I'm not sure about the deferred tourist commercial. Could you please explain that?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo, the DTC zone is in there because it's recognized that this area will eventually turn into tourist uses, but recognizing also the residential nature of the neighborhood, it's intended to be phased in an appropriate way. So the deferred tourist commercial is intended to allow us to phase in those uses appropriately.
Okay, thank you. And when I looked on our website, there are 4 licensed VRUs on Kitchener Street already. So this is a tourist commercial, which we've allowed vacation rental units in tourist commercial. As much as some of the residents don't want it, it is tourist commercial. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Do we have any other questions for our planner? Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Cooper. Next up, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment? Nobody here for this? Okay. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Yeah, if you can approach the mic and state your name and your address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Aaron Butler with NPG Planning Solutions. We're at 4999 Victoria Avenue.
Welcome, Mr. Butler.
Thank you. And we'll just wait while the presentation's queued up, unless you'd like me to do that. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Pleasure to be here tonight in person. And as I said, I'm with NPG Planning Solutions. I'm a registered professional planner, and I represent Monique Reed, who's the owner and applicant on this amendment. So thanks to Ms. Cooper for the great presentation, so I won't repeat a lot of what she said, but I just want to reiterate here that this neighborhood, north of Victoria, bound by Stanley, Falls Avenue, it is designated in the official plan for tourist commercial. That's where these types of uses are directed in your official plan. And as the councillor pointed out, there's actually some areas within this neighborhood that are already zoned tourist commercial, and there are existing vacation rental units. So in our opinion, as Ms. Cooper pointed out, this is an appropriate phasing in of commercial type uses into the tourist commercial area, into the deferred tourist commercial zone. So we're not proposing to change the zoning from DTC to tourist commercial, which would bring a whole other plethora of commercial uses. We're proposing a site-specific amendment to phase in inappropriate commercial use into the area. Just wanted to point out here, of course, we have the existing dwelling. As Alexa pointed out, there's this existing front yard parking situation. This is very common in the neighborhood, where the cars between the front wall of the building and the sidewalk, and there's an encroachment onto the road allowance already. So the house, the dwelling that's there, has always had one parking space in the front yard. It's actually on the left side of where that car is, where the curb cut is, kind of on the concrete. But the front yard is concrete, and there's pavers as well. I won't really spend much time at all on this. We know the area, and in general, our opinion is that locating TC, locating VRUs in this area makes sense because of its proximity to attractions, essentially. What I did want to point out is that there's also a number of private parking lots in this area that comes along with being in a tourist commercial area. So it actually makes sense that accommodations occur here. So these private parking lots and what we have up on the screen are what we found as having 24-hour parking. These might be available as surplus or additional parking if that were required for the unit, in addition to what's provided on site. Ms. Cooper pointed out the proposed amendments. What you see on the slide, the stars next to them are existing situations. So most of the regulations that are proposed to be amended are existing, except for the really the second parking space. The city's requirement for parking is 2 spaces, and the width being 2.75 meters and the length being 6 meters. The existing parking space at 5.22 meters between the porch and the sidewalk is deficient today. That's already deficient. The width of parking space 1, which is the existing one, that's also already deficient. That parking space is there. It's been used in conjunction with the dwelling. So what I do want to point out here, and we appreciate the recommendation from staff, is that our client would prefer not to have to remove the entire porch. There is a basement under the porch. It would be quite costly. And just pointing out here, and this is in our planning report, we looked to some other municipalities for their parking standards. St. Catharines, as an example, in Mississauga, their lengths are 5.2 meters, which is actually in line with the space that's already there. So it is smaller than the City of Niagara Falls standard, but just to point out that this is not an atypical size of a parking space. Ms. Cooper pointed out the licensing bylaw that regulates things like noise, partying, parking, and garbage in conjunction with your other enforcement mechanisms through other bylaws of the city, like your traffic bylaw, your parking bylaw. So in summary, our opinion is that our proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan, the Niagara Region official plan, City of Niagara Falls official plan. It's it's a sensible addition to the tourist commercial area, makes efficient use of existing services, and subject to an encroachment agreement for those existing encroachments, and subject to a license from the through the VRU process, we believe this is a sensible proposal.
Mr. Butler, but the 2 things that you don't agree with are the porch and the parking?
So the staff recommendation differs slightly from our proposal, and that was with respect to the front yard setback. Mm-hmm. The suggestion is a 4-meter setback from the property line to the building, and the parking length of 6 meters. Our proposal was simply to recognize the existing parking space at 5.22, maintain the existing setback from the building to the property line. Mm-hmm. And we appreciate the positive staff recommendation, but I'd just like to say simply, our client would of course prefer not to have to remove the porch, which has a basement, from the property.
And the reason you don't want to remove the porch, just so I understand, is that for the parking, because it cuts into the parking, or it's because of the setback?
The porch would have to be removed, Mr. Mayor, to accommodate the full parking length.
Okay.
So the reason my client would prefer not to remove the porch is at cost.
Okay, but 5.2, the porch is fine, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, do we have questions for Mr. Butler? Yes, Councillor Strange, then Councillor
Yeah,
Campbell.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm looking at a picture that's the car on the right is in the driveway on the right. And so that's okay. It's just that they're asking for more for the driveways that you're talking about. They want more.
This is, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the existing situation. The suggestion from staff would be that that porch,
come off because
sort of
they
that
want a certain
enclosed
amount.
porch there,
Okay.
be removed
And
to
that's an
allow for more
average
space.
size car that's in there right now.
That's a city.
And it would be the same on the
midsize.
left?
Correct.
Okay. And you do have, like you said, you do have different parking lots, a lot of parking lots around there. I've been to places where, you know, you had to go Airbnbs, but you had even hotels where you had to park and go somewhere else on nightly units. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is the first time I've seen a VRU licensing bylaw that says that the city can revoke the license if it receives 3 or more complaints regarding noise or other nuisances. Where's that from?
Who wants to address that one? Okay, I'll ask our CAO.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, and I'll have the general manager of planning also add in, but the intent of the licensing is to control bad operators. And if there are significant complaints that we investigate and we find the complaints to be accurate, we have the right to take the licensing away. It's to ensure that the operators are operating within, you know, good conduct, and the development is you know, appropriately run by it. VRUs in some owners are not present, but they still have care and control of management of their business. So that's why we wanted to put that in to ensure that there's proper behavior by the owners of the property. I don't know if...
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. And that was a great explanation. The only other thing I'll add is, again, VRUs are a problem, so we're looking at other mechanisms as well to control behaviors. Again, the actual use of a vacation rental unit isn't the problem, it's the actual behaviors, and those are the reasons why we do a number of items to control that.
And so this is a 3-unit apartment they're looking at, and it's only got 2 parking spaces. Like, I don't understand how that could move forward. Yes, there are parking spots, parking lots in the neighborhood, but the reality is it's going to create problems.
Is it 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom?
3 bedrooms.
Not 3 units, 3 bedrooms.
3 bedrooms. Yeah, it's not 3 units. 3 bedrooms.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Every time we have a VRU, we have to look at parking issues, and I'm afraid if we allow this one to be shorter, then it's setting a precedent for the next one, and we're going to keep having these VRUs coming in, specifically in tourist commercial zones that have residential that do not have a front yard. So I feel that if we allow this one, then it's going to set a precedent for all of the other ones. People are going to park and it's going to be hanging over the front sidewalk, or they'll park on other places illegally. So I would support the recommendation from the staff to remove the porch to accommodate the larger cars.
Now, just for clarity, when we say the porch, I didn't know, originally I thought you meant the little steps there. You said the covered porch. Is that the unit, like behind the blue door?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's you know,
That's
what,
a significant
what
structural
likely
change.
was a porch at some point. Like you can see the neighbor to the left. It's now
Yeah,
it's
in a basement
enclosed.
under it. Yeah, so I don't even know if that's doable. But it's functioning right now as a house with the car spots the way they are. So why would it be any different? I'm going to direct that to staff. Can we get some feedback on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of the concern from staff's perspective is obviously they're adding the vacation rental use. A single detached dwelling currently is on the site and being operated as a single detached dwelling, and it does have required parking spaces, and the required parking spaces is 1. Obviously, for a vacation rental unit, we're looking for 2 parking spaces. The concern is more the overhang. We appreciate the existing situation, but it's the overhang into the sidewalk when you have larger vehicles such as trucks and other things. And again, staff did look at it, Our concern is that people will now be forced to go onto the roadway to walk along the sidewalk in this event, should we allow this to occur. Again, you'll still have that situation, obviously, for the existing parking space, but we're looking to make sure that with this additional added use that we don't have further problems created.
So can I just to continue on, just so I understand, because I need clarity in my head. If the parking is left the way it is at 6 meters, our requirement, does that force them to remove the porch? Is that their only way of doing it?
Your worship, yes, that's correct. That's the only way to do that at this point. They only have 5.2 meters right now, so in order to get the 6 meters, they would have to remove that porch.
Okay, thank you. I got Councillor Coco, then I've got Newsteg and Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we're looking at vacation rental units, we're now talking about businesses. This is not somebody's home anymore that has the same cars coming in. This is now a business. So I think we need to adhere to the changes that we have to in order to accommodate the proper parking. It's a business, it's not somebody's home. And I can appreciate that it will be costly, but this is a business and there's safety issues, and I think that we need to look at those before letting them keep the porch.
I'm just also curious to know how, with the basement, what that does in terms of if there's a basement, if it's open. I don't even know how structurally you do that. Might not be a business, might not make sense. I've got Councillor Newsteg and then Strange.
Through you, Worship Mayor, to planning. What is the requirement for vacation rental in terms of parking? Is there a requirement for every vacation rental unit?
Through the worship to the councillor, yes. So the requirement for a vacation rental unit is 2 parking spaces.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be possible, so this is an average size car in length, and if you put on title or on the VRU website, wherever they're advertising and saying you cannot have a vehicle that's more than this size, I guess.
Like compact
If
only?
it is, then you have to off-site parking.
So could that, through you to the planner, could we have a requirement compact cars only or something like that? Is that possible?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, and I've been down this road before. So, and we have done it in other places, but it doesn't work well. It is an issue on the municipality to kind of monitor and make sure that occurs. And I just don't want to see long-term that we're in that situation, always having to monitor the fact that you have to have a compact car in the driveway in this instance. Mm-hmm. It does make it a little onerous. So I would suggest, obviously, if, from staff's perspective, we did try to look at this and be as flexible as we could. That's why we did recommend the removal of the porch. We were on the fence on whether we would even support the vacation rental unit because of the parking situation, but we did try to come up with some solutions on this one.
So, I'm sorry, now we're at Councillor Pietrangelo? Sorry.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through yourself to staff, actually, just a question to Ms. Dolch. It's in regards to what Mr. Butler said about the City of St. Catharines only requiring 5.2 meters. I know that we've had other comments from other people that have been in front of council saying that we need to update our parking standards, and be more in line with other municipalities. If other municipalities only have 5.2 meters, are we looking to change ours at some point? Or are we going to stick with the 6 meters? To me, that's important because if we're going to look at possibly reducing our standards, and I know that even in terms of parking spaces per number of units, we're at 1.4. A lot of other municipalities went to 1 already. If we're looking at changing the ratio as well as the actual parking stall length, to me, it makes a difference.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. We are doing a parking study, actually, not my division, but the engineering division. And we are, obviously, we can take that into consideration. I will caution, obviously, I've looked at reduced parking spaces and widths before. The difficulty is in places like Mississauga, Toronto, you don't necessarily, you have more compact cars than we do here. We do have a lot of trucks still. We do have a lot of things that do take larger require that larger space and larger depth. But it is something we can look at through that parking study in the future to see if it's feasible for the city in certain instances. And I don't know if Mr. Nicol wants to comment at all on that study.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the only comment I can make is that if you're an owner of a property and you can live with 5.2, you have no choice but to live with 5.2. So you'll make a choice to buy a compact car. When you were expecting guests to come, especially where there's 3 bedrooms, they're families, they're multiple families, and we can't control what type of car they're using. And chances are they might be driving the family car or the family truck or Suburban. So it does make it more important for us to make sure that those vacation rental spaces are larger than what might be available for home ownership. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Strange?
I'll just make a motion to.
We're not there yet. I got to first.
Okay, we'll close this.
I'll come to you if you like.
Oh, clients online as well?
Okay, thank you for that. Yep, Mr. Clerk, did you want to? Okay, Kelly, do we have Kelly Carrington available? Yeah.
Good evening, guys. How you doing? I'm here.
Hello. Oh, hi. Okay, so you are live in council chambers. So you've got the floor if you'd like to make some comments for over the next 5 minutes. Is there any comments you'd like to give?
Okay. Yes, sir. With respect to the parking situation on 5073, we do have the 5.2 meters as was mentioned with that's in accordance with Mississauga and St. Catharines. We would love for you guys to accept that as appropriate parking for this potential VRU, as well as if you guys could also acknowledge the fact that there is public parking in that area specifically for the tourist commercial zone that are using vacation rental units. We rather not have to get rid of that covered porch. It is extremely costly, and we just feel that with the parking that's there already, combined with the public parking available on-site, that should be substantial enough for any guests that may come about. And given the size of, just to go back to the size of the driveway, a sedan that's in there right now, a regular 4-door car, it's just fine. We did have some work get done to the house, so we did have a full contractor crew kind of go in there, did a little bit of work. So they parked their pickup truck on that driveway, and it fit just fine. Sure, there was a small encroachment, but a full-fledged pickup truck, like a Ford, it was actually on that driveway, and it was fitting perfectly fine. Nobody had to walk on the street. The sidewalk is still very much available. But in Niagara Falls, which I love, by the way, yes, granted, majority of the vehicles out there are more full size. But I'm from Toronto, and I grew up in like the West End here in Toronto, in the GTA. Everybody is a whole bunch of different kind of vehicles out here, including full size vehicles. More of that than any. And with that 5.2 length and everybody's driveway, it's never been an issue. So we just hope that we could come to a resolution in regards to just kind of accepting the 5.2 and considering the off-site parking in the area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carrington. Are there any questions for Mr. Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Carrington? No? Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newstead.
So what I understand from the beginning of the conversation, that area when Councillor Lococo asked, through you to planning, I guess, when Councillor Lococo asked what the difference in the tourist commercial area, it was explained that in the future that's going to be more tourist commercial, more vacation rental. So when you look at that picture, if we can go back to the picture of that area on Kitchener Street.
Okay, our staff will call that up.
So when you're looking at it, it looks, we're going to end up back here with the same issues. It looks like all the front yards have the same issues here. And quite honestly, it looks unsightly. So if we want people coming to Niagara Falls and things to look nice, and this is going to be a tourist area, instead of adding additional cost to this business, why not have the cost in making it a front yard and beautifying it with off-site parking that must be said when people are renting it out. That way we beautify the area, it's attractive, and having 2 cars in that front lot looks like we're like a ghetto area. Shouldn't have said that, but sorry, it does not look attractive.
Strike that from the record.
Sorry, but I don't know if we can look at that and have pretty lawns there.
That could be, yeah, did you want to weigh in on that, Ms. Dolch?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And that is a possibility. Obviously, you'd have to reduce the vacation rental unit parking requirement down to 1, and then obviously suggest that some of the concrete be removed and placed with grass. But again, given what the situation is with vacation rental units, you could have a future parking problem in the area. But it is a possibility if you feel there's enough parking in and around the neighborhood, which was illustrated by Mr. Butler.
Any further comment, Councillor?
No, but why even have any parking in that front? Why not make it a beautiful front yard and have the parking, have everybody use that? But can we not have an amendment to the zoning in that particular area? So we satisfy all needs. And the parking, I understand, is very close.
Ms. Dolch, I don't know.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wouldn't recommend going down to no parking spaces, only because you do require 1 for a single detached dwelling in any event. If you do want to reduce it for a vacation rental unit just to keep to 1 parking space, you do have that option. Personally, I think obviously the preference that we've put forward is something I'd prefer to see myself from a planning perspective, only because I do know the vacation rental units do require some parking, and they do like to be parking close in the neighborhood. It would be a different scenario if we were closer to the GO transit station or other areas where they may come in by different means, but this is a little bit further afoot, so they most likely will come in by car. And so with a 3-bedroom house, you're most likely going to get more than the 1 car.
Okay, are you good with that, Councillor? Okay. You can always come back more if you think of something else. Okay, I've got Councillor Patel and then Baldinelli.
Actually, through Mayor, I'm not sure who's supposed to answer this question.
Okay.
But can we put a clause into the lease agreement so the owner pays for the overnight parking in the local public parking space? So if owner pays for the overnight parking at the public parking space, that way we don't have to worry about people parking on the street or on the sidewalk.
So who could answer that question? That'd be you, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So that's something we could do. We may have to take that one back just in terms of, obviously, it's a different amendment altogether. It is something where you can recognize that they have to get either an easement agreement through a private parking provider to provide a dedicated parking spot through consent and easement with access to the parking space through easement. So we can look at that, but it does take a little more work on the applicant's end, but it is an option, and that would secure the spot through consent long term.
Does that help you, or is that okay?
Yep, that's good. Yeah.
Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, is Kitchener Street currently wide enough to absorb some overnight parking, maybe on the, I don't know if that would be the south side or the west side or east side, which could be paid for by leasers as well?
Well, I understand right now there is parking at the arena, the old Memorial Arena. They've been having it, I mean, I don't know if that'll be in perpetuity, but they do have parking right now. They've had it for the last few summers. And they've got, I don't know how many 100 spots right across the street, literally. But do we have any who'd like to weigh in on that question? Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Kitchener Street, to the best of my knowledge, I don't have all my data in front of me, is too narrow to support any on-street parking. You know, the city does operate the lot at the end of Victoria in Kitchener as well, so we have a parking lot. I'd just be very careful about making a precedent to have off-site uses be prescribed as part of the VRU requirement for 2 spaces per unit.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? By the way, I asked the almighty Google the average length of a car. It's 14.7 feet, which ironically is 4.48 meters. So, and again, that's Google. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if cars are getting bigger or smaller.
Googling ghetto.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm not Googling that. So are there any further questions at this point? Okay, seeing none. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the wish of council? Councillor
I
Campbell.
move staff's recommendations.
Okay, motion to move staff's recommendation, second by Councillor Lococo. Do we have any comments to the motion? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I know that Ms. Dolt said at one point in regards to off-site parking that staff could take that back, you know, and perhaps look at it and come back with another recommendation. I don't want to just leave the developer in the situation where if they want the VRU, they have to take the porch down. I think having another option would be useful, especially if staff does want to look at off-site parking. I like the idea, and I love the idea actually of beautifying the front yard as opposed to having, you know, 2 places that have concrete on it that no water really permeates into the ground. I think beautifying it really is the answer, and if we can do it through off-site parking, then I'd like to actually add that as a friendly amendment if staff could actually look at it and give the option to the owner, but they'd have to come back to council for approval, obviously.
Is the mover open to that as a friendly amendment? Okay. And the seconder? Okay, so that's seen as a friendly amendment. So that's good. Taking Councillor Newesteg's idea and massaging it into the motion. Any questions to the updated motion? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that's approved. So now staff have got a little bit of homework to do. Mr. Butler, you saw the outcome, so you can work with staff on that idea, and then perhaps there might be another approach that kind of satisfies everybody at the council. So thanks for coming out, appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Moving on to reports. Okay, 8.1, third quarter water and wastewater fund variance. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, unanimous. Thank you. 8.2, schedule of fees. Do we have direction of council? Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson. Yes, Councillor Newesteg, did you want to? Oh, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Just looking at these fee schedules. So we have. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Just looking at these fee schedules, there's no comparison. We weren't given what the current year's fees were, but I just happened to pick up the cemetery fees, and I'm perplexed as to why a cost of a purchase a grave has gone up 43.5% over last year. My understanding is the city's owned the cemetery properties for a long time, so through you, Mayor, to I'm not sure who
would address this.
Why a 43.5% increase? Inflation's high, but that seems to be extremely
okay
out of line.
Okay, so we'll start with the CAO and then maybe work its way through a few staff. Give them time to think.
Thank you, and I apologize. I was multitasking on the last assignment to make sure we were clear on the instructions. The issue with cemetery fee increases, there's a major issue with regards to the sustainability of the cemeteries. This council received last year, or about 5 months ago, the status update of our financial sustainability, the reserves, since we have to take perpetual care of all our cemeteries. And the third-party opinion was we were deficient in our reserve amount. So we have to build those up. The only way we can build those up is through fee increases. And this this city and any other city in Ontario is also exposed to having to assume defunct cemeteries, and then we end up having to take on more responsibility with no money, and there is the possibility that we'll be absorbing another one, which will make our situation even worse today. So the fee increases were are being recommended to balance or to start to narrow that gap to maintain our sustainability for the cemeteries. And then we've also compared ours to our fees to other municipalities and to private sector operators. So when you look at our fees in comparison to the major private sector operator in Niagara, we're still below them. And frankly, though I may have a biased opinion, I think our level of service at our cemeteries and the quality of our cemetery is superior to the private sector operator. And my family happens to own plots in the private sector one, but I think our property here actually produces better for lower cost. But we have a sustainability issue with our cemeteries, and that's why we have to narrow the financial gap. That's the biggest driver of the cost increase, because we are required to be able to maintain these in perpetuity. I don't know if Ms. Moldenhauer has anything else to add.
She had nothing more to add? Okay. So, Ms. Clark has something to add.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, the cemetery fees went up 8%. So if maybe we can have an offline conversation if there was one that looked like it was 43%?
I'm just looking, I'm looking at the lot purchases. So in 2022, a purchase of an adult single grave was $2,028, and the proposed now is, sorry, I have to go back. I think it's almost $2,900.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take that back to the office and look at it, and I can get back to you.
So, the fact that, is there any other, I'm wondering if it's possible, is this all in one, Mr. Cieo? So we can't pull one part out while it gets looked at? Okay. Do we have any other questions? I don't know if that's what I'm wondering.
But the report is also one, so ask all the questions of any other one.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if that one we don't have an answer, if you want to defer that part and we can move the rest if you're concerned you don't have the right answers or not. I just want to give you your options. Because we need to come back, I guess, and double check that number, that's 2,000.
No, it is $2,910 for 2023, and 2022 was 2,028.
Okay.
As well as the cremation plot, last year was 1,146, and now it is $2,020. So. Another, can I continue?
Yes,
is there
you do.
any
You have the floor.
any other solution then to? It just seems unfair that a person who now has to purchase a grave has to shoulder that increased expense because of perpetual care maintenance that wasn't charged or charged for other people who have used their property. I don't know if there's another way of going back to those people or anybody else to get those funds, as opposed to making a new family have to bear that expense.
Mr. Cieo?
Thank you. It is an issue. Actually, it was one of the top issues at the last AMO conference with many delegations from many municipalities talking to the ministry. What many municipalities are doing, frankly, it's going on the tax levy. So taxpayers are paying for those shortfalls because they're not recovering it through fees. So it's we have very few tools. We can't go back and charge other ones because they're under contract. So we would be breaking the contract, as you know. You know more about this than I do, quite frankly. But no, we can't change previously executed contracts. So it's on the future. I think if you look, frankly, what happens in Europe, it's a lease. You don't get to purchase a grave. They've been at it for a lot longer than we have, and they have a better sustainability model because they've changed those practices. So at this point in time, we don't really have any other levers to pull. We have to make it from revenue, or we go to the tax base. That's the only two choices we have.
Perhaps we can just look at something that's not such a big hit to, like immediate for 1 year item.
And it's before council. If council wants to you can put a motion to adjust the fees, and then we can maybe graduate those increases in. If you want to take a particular line item, we can come back with a longer term plan. One of the issues we have, frankly, is we need to develop our longer term plans a little bit more effectively. And, we could try to level this in, but whatever you don't charge today is going to be added into the future. So, and these charges actually are not getting us whole, just to be clear. We're not getting whole with these charges, so we need to come up with, probably more significant charges down the road. But if you think it's that one in particular is a large shock, we're at council's discretion. Council can make the choice, and we'll deal with it, later on. So if you want to reset that fee, that's up to council to decide.
Thank you.
Okay. So you have that option if you want to come back, if you want to defer or refer it back, or or whatever. But at least you have tools to deal with it if you'd like.
So can we defer it until we can look at other, or just that one?
You can
part,
make
I
a
guess?
motion to do whatever you like to do. And what I'm going to suggest, I see Councillor Coco. We have a motion on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, remind me what the motion was. To receive the report or to?
Yes, motion by Councillor Thompson to receive the recommendations in the report has not been seconded yet.
Okay, so it's not duly seconded yet. So now I've got Councillor, what's that? Well, I've got, yeah, go ahead. What do you want to say? Anyone said, Councillor, excuse me.
Yeah, if the cost and the fee is appropriate, why would we have the taxes paying for that? I think that fee was work out for the cemeteries, and I think it fits with everything.
Just seems like a lot at one time. I know what you're saying, like not very gradual. So we'll go to Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we could maybe defer all of the cemeteries to have a bigger discussion, because this is the expertise of Councillor Newestig. Defer just that section, accept the rest of it, and then come back at another time and talk about everything in general, about all of the different options, not just those two, because I think it is a bigger discussion than just those two. I think it's a theory and a strategic plan moving forward. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, so Mr. CEO, did you want to say something? Looked like you were getting ready to speak.
Sorry, through the chair to council. Council always has the right to defer. The other element that we were doing with the rate increases, we're trying to normalize the rates between Lundy's Lane and like our two cemeteries. So that's the other challenge, because there should be some equitability, quite frankly, between two operations that we own. At the end of the day, my only advice to council is, we're trying to set the rates so that, the longer we defer these, the bigger the gap gets, is all I will say. And if we delay on rates, whether it's just a few months or increasing it, it'll just have to be made up sometime in the future. So my preference would be if you want to reset those cemetery rates and we come back with a presentation to reset the rates, you can always adjust rates mid-year through a bylaw change. I'd rather get something on the books, move forward with staff, and then make another presentation on those, those in particular.
So for reset, what do you mean by reset? Reset the rates, you said.
Well, I should just say set the rates for January 1st so we can move forward. If we defer it, we're then charging essentially last year's rates. So I'd rather set some rates in January 1st as council dictates, and then we can come back with a specific report on cemeteries on how we're going to narrow that gap, going forward. because as this council knows, we also have to make a decision on acquiring more cemetery because we are running out of space in our existing cemeteries. So there is lots of issues with our cemetery. No, issues is the wrong negative term. There's lots of things going on with our cemeteries, and you know, I think we can bring back a more fulsome report with a rate strategy, with the acquisition strategy. But I'd rather not delay a rate increase at this point in time. But like I said, it's up to council.
Do you have a suggestion? I mean, would you start off with would you suggest, are you saying besides what we have in our recommendation here from staff, are you recommending that we pick a number, 20%, like so it's more than what it is today, and then with a report coming back in January? Just throw it out to you, Ms. Clark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify a little bit. The current Lundy's Lane adult rate is $2,910.56. What the cemeteries have done is propose that the Fairview rate jump right up to that. So you could suggest that we phase in an increase to get to that level. So there's essentially no increase for the Lundy's Lane rate, but the Fairview, he's just jumped right to the top to, as our CAO pointed out, equalize the two cemeteries and not have a higher rate for one cemetery. So you could do it, you suggested pick an arbitrary percentage, you could phase it. It's up to council's discretion.
Why don't I go back to Councillor Newestag, since you're the person with all the background in this.
Well, it's just Lundy's Lane has limited plots. Those are the ones that people are going there because they have family there. Fairview is really where most people do purchase the plots. Because of the situation that the city is facing with the perpetual care and maintenance, I will say yes, go ahead and set the rates right now, but maybe we can look at other options. So it's not. I don't know the answer to solve all the other problems. And what you're saying is it's just going to keep adding more to the cost later. I don't know if we can. If there's any other solution than to have people have to pay that right now, that amount, or maybe let people know if they're interested in, if they need to purchase plots, give them that opportunity in the next few weeks to get it at this price. If it's that important, I don't know. Just at least some. No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that if people are aware that there's going to be this huge increase, that they have that opportunity. And then if you have to put these new fees in, so be it, I guess.
So if I could ask Mr. CAO, if let's say Councillor Newestag seconds the motion of Councillor Thompson, like that's kind of what I'm hearing, what is the phase-in time? When would this be effective, the new rates?
It's effective January 1st.
Okay, does not be ratified by the next council by bylaw before that, or?
No, we ratify it tonight with your, at the end when Councillor Pietrangelo does the first, second, third readings and does the confirming bylaw, it's confirmed. Okay. And then it will become effective January 1st. Okay, so it'd be January 1st. So, which is after Boxing Day, but I don't know. But I agree with Councillor that we could put out some communication to that. I just want to. I believe also, if council wants, we could actually amend the bylaw to put that fee to start at a slightly later date, because you can tag that into as part of the bylaw. So if council wanted a bit more time period, and if they think that some notification, especially to existing family owners there, but it is an equitability thing between the two sites. But I have no problem saying that as long as the decision is made and staff knows where they're going. So if you wanted to say, it's that fee starts March 1st, and give proper notice to any of the existing plot owners, then that would be maybe a good compromise to move forward. And we will be bringing back something for Councillor Newestag. We don't have the answers either on how to solve it, just to be clear, but we will be bringing back some options for council. So did you want to second that then? And then Councillor Thompson, are you okay with that thought of March 1st? March 1st date?
We have to get new cemeteries, and that's going to be a lot of money. There'll probably be increase when we get to the one by the Queenie.
Yeah, or wherever we end up putting it. So then you're okay with amending that, your motion to be starting March 1st? March 1st. Yes?
Well,
Just for this, yes, lot prices. So are you okay adding that in? March 1st?
For lot purchases. For lot purchases, for that.
well,
I'm okay with it, yeah.
everybody else is going to pay for it.
After March 1st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just until March 1st, yeah. Okay, so you good with that, Counselor? Yes? He said he's fine with it, he's good with it.
Staff's okay
Peace in
with
the
it.
valley.
Staff's okay with it.
Okay, so we've got motion seconded by Counselor Newestag. I've got Counselor Pietrangelo. No, you're good? Counselor Patel?
I just have a question.
Yes.
I just have a question for parking and traffic. I see that they're talking about increasing the parking fee and fines. I just want to know, as a tourist city, how many percentage of the parking fines are actually paid?
Well, good question. Mr. CAO?
Thank you. Collection of parking fines is usually pretty healthy because there are alternative measures to collect parking also. So, and then some of our fees, some of the parking violations, there's a couple of issues with it. Some of it is actually quite cheap. Some people from Toronto would rather take the parking ticket than pay for parking. So it kind of defeats. We're not in it to make money. In many cases, the illegal parking fines, it's for traffic flow or other purposes. So we're trying to encourage appropriate roadway use on that. So we take a scan. We take a scan of the rates and we try to be comparable. But no, we don't. We do collect on our parking fines.
Okay, good question. Any other questions? Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we approve the recommendation, but commencing for the lot pricing March the 1st of 2023. Okay, everyone understands the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay.
Staff will take direction, bring back something else.
And staff will come back with something on cemeteries. Thank you for that, Mr. CAO. Item 8.3, GROW grant request for property tax forgiveness. What's the direction of council? Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Your Worship, I would like to make some comments on this, and also with respect to 8.4, Recreation and Culture Municipal Fee Assistance Policy. One, GROW is helping the less fortunate in our community. If they're forced to increase their costs for the food that they're providing, and I've been there and I've seen them several occasions, they're doing a wonderful job for our community. How are those people going to pay for the recreation fee for their kids if they don't have the money? Like, we're trying to, as far as I'm concerned, it's wrong to be talking about saying no to them and right to the recreation and culture. I don't know if you understand the combination there.
Did you have a direction you wanted to take on the GROW?
The easiest thing for me to do would be put forward that the request for property tax forgiveness be given, be supported.
For GROW, okay. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Campbell that GROW is doing a lot of amazing work. I've been there, I've talked with them, I've helped them try to find grants. They are doing amazing work. The challenge I have is they're not paying their taxes and they want us to forgive them. There's other ways that you can go about finding grants and doing things. If we do this for one person, we're going to now be doing it for many other people. I'd like to help them any way we can, and the other 8.4, the Recreation and Culture Municipal Fee, that's a specific program that we're looking at. I really see a slippery slope if we give forgiveness for the property taxes. great organization. They do a lot. It's a different theory than a soup kitchen or a Project Share a food bank. They do a lot of education. The executive director there is very educated and knowledgeable about what she wants to do. But I really have an issue of somebody not paying their property taxes and then coming to the city to ask for forgiveness when they do have the money. When you look at their financial statements, that they could use that. I did try to help them with grants. It is a certain skill and a lot of time to do that, but I don't think anybody should just not pay their taxes and expect them to be forgiven.
Thank you for that. And just for clarity, did last year, did they get a grant last year? They did? Beyond that, or just last year only? Through you, or to you, Ms. Clark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, last year you gave a grant for the 2019 taxes, which was half the year. She purchased the property in June, and all of the 2020 taxes, including penalty and interest. It was a total of $8,618.
Are they behind right now? Or like, I mean, I shouldn't, that's not a question I should ask. Never mind. Okay. Okay, but we've got a motion on the floor from Campbell, Councillor Campbell. Is there a second to his motion is the question. Should have asked that first. Is there a second to the motion to give property tax free for grow?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Second by Councillor Thompson. Do we have any discussion besides Councillor Coco? Do we have any other discussion to that motion? Okay, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that motion does not pass. A tie vote does not move forward. So at this point, we don't have a motion on the floor.
Your Worship?
Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Could we have a recount and record it?
Okay, we're gonna, can we do that, Mr. Clerk? Can we have a
I thought you had to break it.
By not voting, I would suggest that the mayor did break the tie.
No, you know what? No, I'm sorry. Then I didn't. I wouldn't have done that. I just figured it was a tie vote. So then I will vote, and I'll vote in favor of the motion.
And it passes.
Then it passes.
Thank you.
I did it reverse.
Okay, hold on.
Understood it. Sorry, I'm still learning.
We're just going to back up the bus and
just don't run over any kids.
Yeah.
Careful.
The motion on the floor, made by Councillor Campbell and seconded by Councillor Thompson, is that council approve the grant request for GROW for the purpose of subsidizing property tax payments for the property located at 4377 4th Avenue.
Right. So that was the motion,
Yes.
and then I said those in favor. And who was in favor again? 1, 2, 3. Oh, and you're not. Oh, okay. So, Mr. Clerk, how do we do this? You're driving the bus, so you tell me how we do this. I know it's a little messy. Pardon me?
It did fail the first time, so we could have another motion on the floor. I think just out of clarity, I would suggest just calling the motion again, now that it has been read, since it wasn't read out the first time, just so that everyone is clear. I would suggest you just retake the vote here, knowing that everybody has now understood what the motion is.
Okay, so let's try this again. We've got a motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Thompson.
So that's.
Did you want to read the motion this time, Mr. Seo, so I don't say it the wrong way?
8,000.
What was the number, Ms. Clark?
The current amount that you're asking to
Yes.
forgive is $10,949.68.
Okay.
Recorded vote, please.
So the motion on the floor is really just changing one word from the recommendation in the staff report. We're changing the word deny to approve, so that the motion would now read that council approve the grant request for GROW for the purpose of subsidizing property tax payments for the property located at 4377 4th Avenue. And by recorded vote, we've got it up on the screen here. Councillor Baldinelli.
What happened with the last? Oh, so we can see the screen. It's a new system we got here. It's all techie here.
Opposed.
You're opposed? Councillor Campbell?
In favor.
I will leave the mayor to last. Councillor Lococo?
Opposed.
Councillor Newestag?
Opposed.
Councillor Patel?
Oppose.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
No.
Councillor Strange?
In favor.
And Councillor Thompson?
In favor.
And Mayor Diodati?
I'm in favor.
Just wait till that gets clicked there. So we have 1, 2, 3, we have 4 in favor and 5 against, so that motion is defeated.
Okay, so it's, okay, do we need another motion then? Or is it automatic that it's, what would we need on that?
I would get another. Yep.
Okay.
See if someone wants to.
Would someone like to move the report? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to know how this is any different than what happened with Bill 23, honestly, so we can understand, like, this is almost exactly what happened with Bill 23. So how, can someone explain the difference to me, please?
Well, can we first just deal with
Sure,
this and
yes.
then we can talk
Thank
about
you.
something different? So would someone like to make the motion to approve the staff recommendation? Okay, Councillor Patel, Councillor Newestag. Okay, so the motion is the recommendation that we deny the payment for their property taxes. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, so the motion passes. Okay, got that? And then, Mr. Clerk, I don't know if you're prepared to deal with this from last meeting, or?
Well, through your worship, to the councillor's question on how this happened, I don't know.
Yes, Mr. CAO.
I think maybe best practice going forward is to formally take the recommendation that's public and in the report and put it on the floor to see if there is a first and second to start the debate, because I think that, you know, instead of having an opposing motion start off the debate or a new motion come to the table, you can deal with the staff motion at any point in time. If it fails to get a first and seconder, then it's open at that point in time, but everyone starts from the same starting point versus motions coming in. So you know, or you can put that motion on the table with a first or second, look for amendments, make changes, either way. But I think it's easier to start with whatever motion is in the report. If you want to reject it, don't get a first and seconder, or vote it down and start over. But at least then everyone knows what the starting point is. Would be a consideration for moving forward. Because frankly, that's happened twice now, and I think a better practice is to do that to solve this issue.
Yes, Councillor.
I have difficulty with that suggestion, that's all.
So maybe we can ask.
Roger's rules, or what, Robert's rules, whatever it is, that doesn't sound right, I'm sorry.
It would be the same. It would require a first or second, but at least one motion is being read that everyone's prepared. If it
We
fails,
had one motion with a seconder.
I agree, but then I think each time a new motion gets read or it's verbal on the table, there's confusion because no one's been prepared. This one wasn't read. So to me, if you start with one motion, you can turn it down and then have each motion then read into it, because, you know, just a suggestion, council can do it as they see fit, but I think verbal motions coming in, people aren't prepared for verbal motions. I know at the region you have to write your motion. The motion has to be put on screen so everyone can read it at that point in time, for example. And it allows people to actually physically read it, because some people absorb things differently. Some people can absorb things verbally. Some people need to absorb things, visually. And it gives a little bit of time. So, you know, the other recommendation, quite frankly, and we're trying to work with new IT here, is that all motions should be displayed on screen and on your screen, so that you can read the motion in its entirety and do that. But like I said, we're still working through it. But I think the verbal stuff can create confusion, because you may not have heard everything that was in there, and that's the concern I have. That make sure councilors know what they're voting on.
I definitely like the idea that he made reference to, the CAO made reference to, is the idea that it's on the screen. And that's how, he's exactly right, it's how the region's done. It's on the screen first, so we all know what we're talking about, there's no confusion. And maybe this system, the font is awfully small on this. I don't know if it's possible to make it bigger. I know we're just starting something new, but it's probably not a bad idea. Councillor Coco.
Thank you. When we have a report in front of us, if we don't agree with it, we have to vote it down. And then a new motion would come up. So I understand what the CAO is saying. But if you don't agree with bits and pieces of it, we have often changed different things. So last time on Bill 23, I know that people can't listen verbally, and that's why I sent it out. But the procedure got changed very differently than what just happened tonight. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, doing the same thing. And if we don't agree with the staff's report and we have to change it, please let's put a procedure in place that we can do this and put it up on the screen and everybody's on the same page.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, if I could just echo that, and because of the confusion from the last meeting, this is why we now have the sharing of the screen. The intent here is if we see that the recommendation in the report is what is being voted on, we won't necessarily have to put it up on the screen, but if we start seeing friendly amendments coming in and out, that is our intent, and to put it up on the screen so everybody knows what it is you're voting on. There's been past practice around this table where sometimes a councillor will speak for several minutes and at the end of their spiel say, I'd like to make that a motion. And sometimes that's certainly a challenge to capture, and it's also a challenge for you as councillors to know what it is exactly that you're voting on. So, I think we really need to stress the notice of motion procedure, put things in writing, so that things can be given some thought and not surprise other councillors, staff, or the public. But also, let's go ahead and do what the CEO has suggested and make sure that anything that other than the recommendations in the report that look like may be discussed, we'll do our best to get that up on the screen. That might require just slowing the meeting down a little bit. You slow the meeting down for a few minutes to make sure we know what it is we're voting on, and hopefully, in essence, we might, in the end, speed up the meeting by eliminating some confusion.
Okay, so we're done. Oh, did you want to speak to that one too, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I just wanted to say, I wasn't part of the last one, but procedurally, nothing happened that was wrong tonight. It was a 4-4 tie, and you declared that the motion was defeated. Procedurally, that's correct. If another motion then comes on the floor and someone wants to change their vote, they have the right to change their vote as well. The other thing I was going to say is, we're only 2 meetings in and we have 1/3 of our council that's brand new. Let's just take a breath and see how it goes.
Yep, good comment, good comment. Okay, so let's move along to 8.4, Recreation and Culture Municipal Fee Assistance Policy. There are a couple of recommendations there, 3 recommendations. Councillor Strange? Okay, move. Yeah, go ahead, speak to it, yep.
I think this is, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a great idea. We're seeing a lot of recreation buildings and gyms and stuff like that where families can't afford to go anymore. And to do something like this and to subsidize them a bit where families can either get a free skate or a swim and get subsidized. I'm just wondering about the $5,000 limit. Is that yearly? Would that fit to you, Kathy?
Ms. Moldenhauer?
Thank you. Through to the Mayor. This program, we're proposing that it be a pilot project for next year, and our budget is set at $5,000 for the year. However, we have stated in the report that if we do receive significant applications, and for example, maybe in April all of the dollars have been spent, then I will prepare a report to council to ask for additional dollars to continue the projects throughout the year.
Okay, and like approximately, if you could give me an estimate, like how many single families would this help? If it was 1 per family, would you be able to just break that down? Or like how many families would that help?
It's challenging to know exactly how many people that families we can help, because our fees do range.
Yeah.
Swimming lessons, for example, could be approximately $60 to $70.
So that's for a full family?
For one child.
One child.
And then we'd be looking at a 50% discount, so that would reduce it down to $35.
And that's for how many swims?
For a set of lessons that could range like from 8 to 10 lessons per season.
Okay. All right, so we're going to see how it goes this year and see how far we get with that 5,000, and we can always come back and reset it. But I think it's a great idea, and I'll approve the recommendation.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Patel.
I agree with the Councillor Strange that it's a great program. I think we really need to keep our youth busy to keep them out of the trouble. So I think this is a great program, and I'm really in support of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next up is 8.5, merger of the Anti-Racism and Diversity and Inclusion Committees of Council. Councillor Coco, and then Thompson.
Are we having a presentation, or can I just jump in? Sorry.
A presentation? Was there a presentation, Ms. Moldenhauer? Or?
Thank you, through to the mayor. There is no presentation, but I know we do have our chair of the Anti-Racism Committee, Sherry Darlene. She is present, and I believe she had requested a deputation bill.
Yep.
Yes, we also have one other individual online that wishes to speak to this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak after the presenters. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Darlene, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
I just want to thank everybody for your time tonight. I'm here today again. Can't tell you that I'm really happy about this, because once again, I'm standing in a room full of white people asking them to do the right thing. This merger is not a good idea. Niagara has a serious issue with racism. It's been like that for decades, and I know that. I'm 50. I live here. I, once upon a time, drove my son to school in Buffalo every day for a year to get him out of the school system here. So while we're not opposed within the committee to collaborating with the diversity and inclusion, that looks like communication on a regular basis, whether it be chair to chair, on what's going on in our meetings, on our agenda. We're definitely looking to support each committee, lend that to one another, but these committees need to stay separate. You have a very serious racism problem here. It has gone unchecked and untouched for a very long time, and we've got a big mess now. So we're doing what we can. The Anti-Racism Committee is new. It's fresh ground. We're working on a lot of different projects, but we're feeling our way around in the dark here. It's like leaving that laundry for a really long time and then going to that room and looking, and you see you've got a big mess and you got to sort through it. And I think it's time for you guys to do the right thing. You are council members. You have a responsibility to this community, and not just the ones that look like you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions for Ms. Darlene? Okay, thank you for that. And I understand, Mr. Clerk, we've got someone online as well.
Yep, she's there.
Okay. Was Rudin? Wazirudin? How do you, I'm not sure the proper way.
Yeah, Wazirudin. If you'd like, I can begin.
Yes. Is it Salah?
Yes, Salah. Yes, exactly. Yes, Mayor Diodati here. Dear Mayor and Councillors, I'm Salah Wazirudin from the Niagara Region Anti-Racism Association.
Okay.
I lived in Niagara Falls for 10 years until a few years ago, the most time I've lived anywhere in Niagara. Please do not merge the Anti-Racism and Diversity and Inclusion Committees. Having one committee instead of two means less time spent on anti-racism. And you can't do more for anti-racism by giving it less time. Even a subcommittee won't have that time that a full committee would. But the merger will do even worse than cut the time spent on anti-racism. There's a mistaken idea that diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism are all part of the same thing. But there is a big difference. As a former elected official in Niagara had said about himself, 100% correctly that he was the first Polish Canadian elected to his position, and that may very well be diversity, may very well be inclusion. It's definitely not anti-racism. It's an important achievement, but anti-racism is something else altogether. This is important because merged committees will have people representing all kinds of diversity, and not just lived experience with racism. This means that anti-racism recommendations will need to first be approved by people who don't have the lived experience before they even get to you. It's an unnecessary barrier to get you vital advice you're seeking. There was a trend before the murder of George Floyd in 2020 for municipalities to fold anti-racism committees into one broader diversity committee, a catch-all committee. That trend was reversed after the murder of George Floyd when cities, including lower-tier municipalities right here in Ontario, saw they too have a role in anti-racism. And this proposal tonight will move things backwards. But actually the need for more attention to anti-racism, not less, is even more acute now in Niagara Falls, and Niagara in general. The portion of Niagara Falls' population who are visible minorities, which by the government's definition doesn't even include Indigenous people, has gone up by 1/3 since the last census. It was 12.7% in 2016, 2021 shows 16.5% visible minority for Niagara Falls, excluding Indigenous. The portion of the Black population increased by over 1/3, from 2.9 to 4.1%. The South Asian proportion has nearly doubled to 2.5% alone. We have Councillor Mike Strange, the first BIPOC Niagara Falls councillor I know of since Burke Plato, who was elected over 100 years ago, and the first female BIPOC city councillor here. We need even more time spent on anti-racism than before. We municipalities in Niagara have been falling further behind actually on anti-racism, while the rest of Canada and the world is marching ahead. There are specific lower-tier municipality anti-racism measures that other cities in Ontario have been doing that our residents are missing out on. Merging the committees would obviously cut the time spent specifically on anti-racism, and it would water down the work of the committee by mixing in people who don't have lived experience with racism. Please keep the committee separate, as you originally decided to do when there was a proposal earlier of just one diversity committee instead of a dedicated anti-racism advisory committee. You can't do more with less time, no matter what the synergies are. This is going to be seen by the world as a step backwards when we need to be moving forwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Sala? Yes, Councillor Campbell?
No, I don't have any questions, but
Excuse me, point of order. I did want to speak after.
I'm
sorry.
Well, right now we're not at that point. We're
Yes, I do
asking questions of
understand.
the speaker. Yeah. Did you have any questions?
No, I
Did
don't.
you have questions for the speaker, Councillor? Okay, so we can go to you, Councillor Coco.
Thank you. When I first brought up the idea of an anti-racism committee and a diversity and inclusion committee, I did a lot of research, and Sally was one of the person that I spoke with, and I got a lot of information that they should be two separate committees. The council approved it, it went to staff, it came back as one, and then we sent it back to ask for two. We are a new committee. I sit on the anti-racism committee. Councillor Campbell sits on the diversity and inclusion. We are feeling our way through all of this. I look at being on the anti-racism committee that I'm there to support the committee. This is not my experience. I try not to talk unless it's about procedural. I've talked with our chair, Sherry Darlene. They have different goals, but yet they're the same goals. And our anti-racism meets for about an hour and a half, the diversity and inclusion sometimes 2.5 hours. The idea of merging two committees to not have enough time to deal with the issues is very difficult. The one suggestion about a subcommittee, I think putting anti-racism as a subcommittee is removing the importance of anti-racism in Niagara Falls. And I understand that we do not have enough staff, and I understand that that's some of the issue. I am willing to donate my time, whether to take notes, I've been a court reporter, open up rooms or whatever to help staff, but I would really be disappointed to see that the goals are not met of these two committees because we don't have the staff. When I walked into this meeting tonight, my suggestion was going to be that the Anti-Racism Committee and Diversity and Inclusion have a joint meeting in January to discuss the hows and whys. What does the agenda look like? How much time are we spending? I've changed my mind on that. I'm going to put a motion forward to oppose the report on the floor and that we not merge the committees.
So keeping with consistency for tonight.
My motion is to oppose the report
Okay.
and keep them separate.
Okay, so then, with our new best practices, are we gonna put that on the screen to avoid some of the confusions we've had before, and then we'll wait until it's on the screen? Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Okay, Councillor Campbell?
Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'm asking, do you want to be a
No,
seconder?
I don't want to be seconder.
No. Councillor Pietrangelo? Okay.
Can I
Yes.
speak to the motion?
You can? Yeah, what's that? We have a seconder. Yeah, so you want to speak to it, Councillor Campbell?
Yes. The motion, not this motion, but the motion by staff, based on my experience, I thought it was a good idea. But obviously, there's some conflict on both sides. So I was going to recommend that we send it back to the committees and let them make a decision with respect to should they be amalgamated or not.
Mr. Clerk?
This is where we get into the muddy waters, where we have a motion on the floor, someone gets up to speak, and all of a sudden it's a brand-new motion. So I think we
Okay.
should just address the motion that's on the floor.
I thought I was doing that. Don't I have the right to speak? I mean, that's where I thought that was poor on our CEOs, no offense. But if I can't speak on a motion that's before me,
Yeah.
what's the sense of me even being here? I'm
So-
sorry.
So let's get some consistency of how we're going to approach this now. So, Mr. Clerk, so we've got the staff recommendation, and which we're not dealing with directly, right? We're dealing with,
No, Mr. Mayor, we are dealing with it. My motion is to oppose the staff report and to leave the committees as is.
so, okay, you are kind of.
But anytime we change a motion, we have to have the ability to do that. So I am accepting the report, but my motion is to oppose the report of the merger and leave the two committees as is.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, yes, Councillor Strange? and then
Yes,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor. And does that include keeping, so there's still to be an opportunity for residents to go on each committee? You're not keeping the same members right now, so when,
If I can speak to Councillor Strange through the mayor, I guess that was one of the recommendations in there, so if I have to add that, I'll add that in to keep the current members as is. Good
Well,
point. I didn't
council
think
makes
about
that decision, and that's not till January.
No,
so-
I do understand that, but that was one of the recommendations in the report.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do you want to clarify?
Through the chair, the recommendation is not to keep the members as is. The recommendation was to keep those should they apply.
Should they apply, yes.
Okay, so
Should
none
they
have
apply?
applied, none have applied yet.
But if they do apply, you'll take them compared to a brand-new person, correct?
That's the intent, Mr. Clerk, just to be clear? Okay,
So I will revise the motion to oppose the report in that we're not merging the two, but keep the recommendation of the, if the committee members apply, we will accept them.
okay, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
The seconder, are you good with that? I just got to make sure the motion first. Mr. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to ask for clarity, maybe through you to the city clerk. So the recommendation of staff was to merge the two committees, but to keep a bit of continuity, whoever would apply to the new committee from both the committees would be put on that new committee, correct?
I think part of the reason for that recommendation as it is in number 3 was because the committees were fairly new. They came about midterm. I think they also had experienced some problems with quorum. So we're looking at trying to encourage the current members to apply again and keep those members on should they apply. I think it makes sense, even with the new motion of council, to keep if the committees are to be kept separate, that portion of the recommendation still exists, even though it's going to be two separate committees. If the members do apply again, to have council reinstate them, I suppose what you're doing is you're almost pre-approving what may come before you in January.
Then I'm fine with the recommendation, Your Worship, that's on the floor. I'm fine with the motion and the change to it.
Okay. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. And I don't mind that if there's not enough committee members, but what happens in January if we get 5 more people that want to sign up for that? They're automatically gone because these people want to return?
I think that might be what's going to happen.
19 months, that's part of it, right? That's part of what Bill said.
Yes, Ms. Moldenhauer.
We haven't had it for 4 years.
Thank you. It's through to the mayor. I believe on both committees, they will be, of course, be looking at their terms of reference. And one of the items stated in the terms of reference are the number of committee members. And I know that the Anti-Racism Committee wanted to increase their committee members, and I believe the same with diversity and inclusion. So therefore, even if all of the current committee members did apply and were accepted, there still would be opportunity for the community to join both of the committees.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the motion? And is that, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
I just wanted to go back to something that Councillor Campbell said about putting a motion on the floor, because procedurally, Your Worship, once a motion goes on the floor and someone seconds it, then it's now a live motion, people can speak to it. But at any point that there's a live motion on the floor, someone can put a motion on the floor to defer that motion, and then they can attach something to it. That motion of deferral, the chair, in this case yourself, has to ask for a seconder at that moment. And if there's a seconder to that moment, or a seconder to that motion, then there can be no more discussion, unless you're asking technical questions about when the motion is going to come back to council, things of that nature, timelines. So a motion of deferral can always go on the floor when there's another motion on the floor, Your Worship.
Your Worship, I'd make a motion to defer.
Are you, or are you being funny?
No, I'm serious.
Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder? Okay, we don't have a seconder.
Okay.
All right. So, does everyone understand the motion? It's on the screen. It's right in front of you. That the council oppose the merger of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee and the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, and that the current members of both committees be automatically accepted into the new committee should they apply. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. That didn't take too long. Thank you for coming out, Darlene. Is it a Meyer NFCVI thing? Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange that we move the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Communications? Yes, you can. Go ahead, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. In 10.3, it's the downtown BIA, the 2023 budget. At the last meeting, I asked to defer this until the new makeup of the board was set. I mean, I understand that council is going to be dealing with, you know, the board appointees later on in the agenda. I was really hoping that the budget would be set by the new members, whoever that board is. So I'll make another motion to defer this until after the BIA board members are set, and then it could come back to council for approval.
Yes. Okay, we got that. Motion by Councillor Newestag. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
The only complication with that, Your Worship, is that the present budget depends to a great degree on the application for grants. And if those applications are not made, the whole thing falls apart. So I have a sense that you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, but the present BIA would like to have that passed, and that's all I can say.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, if there's really a time constraint on this, then I would imagine that council is going to make a motion later on in the agenda as to who the downtown board members are. The board can meet, we can call a special meeting, and we can pass their budget. It's really not too hard. We can do it over Zoom over 10 minutes. Other than that, we have January 17th as our next meeting date. But if it needs to be done before that, it's at the call of the chair, Your Worship.
Which we can do. Okay. Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we defer the downtown BIA budget until either the next meeting in January or by call of a special meeting after the new board resumes. Everyone understands the motion? We'll call the vote.
Is there anybody in the group out here who would like to speak?
To the budget?
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk?
We've already kind of flexed our rules here. Motion for defer is non-debatable.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So the budget has been deferred. And back to communications.
I'll move 10.1 and 10.3.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to move 10.1 to 10.3, seconded by Councillor Strange. So that is the proclamation request for the Canadian Women's Heart Health Alliance, wearing red on February 13th. That is the Green Shirt Day proclamation, Friday, April the 7th, for the Humboldt hockey team bus crash victims, and 10.3, which we've already dealt with, so it's 10. Right. So it's for 10.1 and 10.2. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. Mr. Clerk, you've got I think we have a misprint there. 11.1 through to 11.11. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay, so we're looking to receive and file items 11.1 through 11.11. Okay, motion by Councillor. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Why are we receiving filing when this bill is going to have a huge effect on our community and on all the other communities in Ontario? Like, we don't even know how much we're going to have to raise taxes. But I'm telling you right now, if we have to raise taxes because we can't collect any fees, there are people out there, senior citizens, that are living on the edge who cannot afford another $200 a month in taxes. And we should be supporting these people, not just receiving filing. But I don't know what type of motion I could make with respect to that, because this is what the recommendation is. So once again, I just...
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Much like has been discussed the last several meetings with the way these are set up, is a councillor can pull any one of these items, similar to the consent agenda, pull for further discussion, and or a different recommendation, a different motion.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Campbell. I don't know how we can support other communities about Bill 23 when our current council wouldn't even support Bill 23 by sending something in. So I don't know how we do that.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so did we make the motion? I'm sorry. Okay, Councillor Strange, did you make the motion? Did someone make the motion? So if this is for 11.1 through 11.11. Okay, motion by Councillor Strange. Do I have a seconder to move these? Councillor Patel, any discussion to these? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, one opposed. Thank you for that. So we move down to communications and comments by the city clerk. So 12.1, St. John's Ambulance. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I've been dealing with this for probably 3 months, and the St. John Ambulance people are very upset that St. Catherine is trying to take them over. And this happened 2 years ago, and I got involved and stopped it. And I would make a motion that we work with the Niagara Falls St. John ambulance and protect them from anything that St. Catherine's wants to do. And I make that the motion. And they're very supportive of that.
Okay, so I got a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Patel, that the recommendation that council reaffirm the motion made in 2020 supporting the presence of St. John Ambulance in the city of Niagara Falls and reject any suggestion that any other Niagara branch or other group taking over Niagara Falls operations. And further, that based on the success of the Niagara Falls branch, council would support their staff, volunteer leadership, and board of directions in charge and run any potential amalgamated branch in Niagara region. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Patel. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 12.2, Downtown Board of Management. We've got a recommendation here that council approve the appointment of the remaining 12 nominees from the recent BIA election. What's the direction of Councillor Strange? Pardon me? Okay, motion by Councillor Strange. Do we have a second to move the recommendation? Councillor Campbell. Any discussion? Councillor Newstead.
I don't think this is a way to resolve that election for the downtown BIA. I think they're self-funding. They can manage their own election results. Just by barely putting everybody that stood for election on, I don't think that's really the most democratic process. Quite frankly, I think it should go back to them, and whether they hold another election. I've spoken to so many people down in the downtown BIA, and many proxies were not accepted, legitimate proxies were not accepted. And how do you have a fair, democratic, and transparent election when proxies weren't accepted? So perhaps if they went back and ran their elections again with the proxies, maybe they wouldn't have a tie and they would have the right number of people.
Okay.
So I won't support the motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot of people in the gallery here that I know would like to speak. Are they allowed to speak, or do we need to put a motion on the floor that they can speak?
Mr. Clerk?
No one registered to speak to this item within the 24-hour period, so it's the will of council.
I'll put a motion forward to waive whatever we need to that they can speak.
Yeah, I'll second it.
She did, okay.
Sir, I'll just correct my previous statement. I didn't turn the page on the speakers list. We did have one resident, Dr. Joanne McKinley, that did sign up to speak.
If you'd just like to state your name and your address, Ms. McKinley.
Long name, Joanne McKinley Muladina, 4750 Valley Way. So I'm a chiropractor in the city for downtown at that area for 35 years, and I have to admit that I've really had my head in the sand when it comes to this BIA because it hasn't really affected me, so I thought, because I'm at the very beginning of downtown, Valley Way and Huron where it splits. But, you know, a lot of things have been brought to my attention in the past couple years with respect to this BIA, how it's not accountable. This election process was a sham. I had a couple people approach me to get my proxy. They followed the appropriate channels, so they thought, but then it seems like the rules, the BIA changes the rules in the last minute. So I don't know, no accountability. We don't know who got the votes. Like in our election, we see who gets the votes and the, you know, for the council members. So I'm just really confused why city council will just push this forward, especially when there's some, well, the budget is another thing, but there's some big issues within the BIA. So I guess I got to put my big girl pants on and step up to the plate. And I'm missing a run tonight because I had to come to this, but this is really important. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, did you want to weigh in at all in the process of, because was the city not involved in some way in the election that took place?
Yes, Your Worship, there was a representative from the clerk's office that was in attendance for the election. They were there to observe the process, especially with the counting of the votes. When it was determined that the count was tied for the 8th, 9th, and 10th position, after a lengthy evening, the votes were locked up here in a vault within the clerk's office. I did lay out a memo to council about different options. And when looking at the downtown BIA bylaws, they're silent with respect to determining how to manage any tie vote outcomes. When looking at the Municipal Act under Section 204 that deals with BIAs, it's also silent on any tie or recount procedures. So if we look to the Municipal Elections Act, the way that the municipal elections are handled under Section 56, it does say that any recount for the purpose of a tie is to count them again, and if it's still tied, that it be drawn by lot, in other words, drawn from a hat. Prior to any of that being done, a suggestion from the BIA came in to have there were originally 14 people on the ballot, 2 withdrew, so there was a suggestion that 12 be appointed to the board. We have seen this council in other terms extend the complement of various committees when there is an abundance of people running. So precedence has been set there. So I don't disagree with the idea, but ultimately it is up to council. What would that require is that the bylaw that originally established the downtown BIA, being bylaw number 98-247, it does ask for 11 members, where up to 2 of those could be council members. So it's looking for 9 members from the BIA boundaries. We would, if council does wish to appoint all 12, there would be an amendment to that bylaw to accommodate that request. Otherwise, it's ultimately it's the will of council as to the approval of who gets appointed to the downtown board.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Lococo, and then Patel, then Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I still have a motion on the floor. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, can we waive that process that people can speak?
Okay, so motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Patel, for waiving the 24-hour requirement for anyone to speak. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to come to the mic and speak? Yeah, if you'd like to come forward and just state your name and your address. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoran Kokov. I'm the owner of the Hatch Building at 4342 Queen Street. The Hatch Building is the largest contributor by far, contributes about $170,000 of the BIA budget, even though the tenants are all institutional, so there's no benefit to the tenants or to me in any way. And however, it is in my interest to see all the businesses thrive and survive. What's happened so far is that the results are not there. There are 28 plus vacancies. There are stores that are about to lose their owners are about to lose their properties. So in my view, it makes sense to go with the votes that won, which is either go with the 7 or the 10, and then add a council member so you have an ability to break a tie in a vote. So that's my viewpoint. I've met with people who were about to lose their properties. Someone had their property tax bill and they were turned down. There were 4 security guards with bulletproof vests who had a list of people who, according to the director, were not allowed to enter. So to me, that's not fair play. Whoever pays tax and owns a business or property should have the right to express their viewpoint and the right to vote. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, so we got
No.
Councillor Patel.
No, Lakoko was first.
Oh, no.
No, I just wanted to bring the motion to let them speak. I'll speak after.
Okay. I don't support the idea of appointing all 12 board members. Since the BIA does not have any bylaw to break the tie, I think as a governing body, we should follow Municipal Act that states in Section 56 that clerks shall hold recount of the votes of 2 or more candidates who receive the same number of votes and cannot both or all be declared elected to the office. If this were a case, a tie was still in place, a winner would be chosen by lot, or in other words, drawn from a hat. Fundamentally, BIA had 9 members, and we should follow that. And we would do the same thing in the case of City Council. We are not going to appoint everybody who had 3-way ties. We're going to follow the procedure from the hat. So that's what we should follow for BIA. And other thing I would say is BIA election, it was a mess. I have spoke to so many members, and membership is not happy with BIA, and they haven't been happy for a long time. This election, in my opinion, was not conducted fairly. I would say council should mandate that the result of the election be fully transparent and available to the membership. Vote counts, number of votes received by each candidate, number of proxies casted, and number of proxies denied. All proxies should be maintained by BIA for review if required. So my suggestion is we should have 9 board members and all the results should be transparent, and that's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Coco, you don't have anything to speak?
Not right now, thank you.
Well, what do you mean not right now? This is it, and then we're calling a vote.
I saw a couple
Well,
did I see a hand over there?
Yeah, but why do you want to go last? I'm going
Okay.
through the orders, so I'd like
Okay,
you to
that's
go
fine.
next.
I agree with Councillor Patel. I think that as in a municipal election, you only have so many seats. You have to deal with them, whether it's draw through a hat, flip a coin. I guess you can't flip a coin when you have 3 people, so it would have to be draw through a hat. I know our speaker, Mr. Kokoff, he mentioned about having a new election. I think you should stick with the election. I do know that there were issues with proxies. Would that have changed the votes? I don't know, but I think I'm prepared to approve the 10 that are in there.
Okay,
Sorry, approve the 9 and take the hat out of the last 3.
Okay, Councillor Newstag and then Strange.
I still have concerns about the proxies that were denied. How do they have a vote? This is not democratic if their voice was not heard. So how can we pick the 9 when, will they have will make a difference? Absolutely, they're extra votes. So I don't know how that gets rectified, but those people, all those people, legitimate businesses who have the right to vote should be allowed to do that. So whether that goes back, I don't know the answer to that, but it's only democratic if we hear from them or they get to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what, I don't really know what's going on internally in the BIA. I see the emails going back and forth and stuff like that from the BIA and from businesses, residents. But just, you've got to realize how important the BIA is right now for downtown. Downtown is going to be going through such a change coming up. The last couple of years, I thought the BIA did an amazing job. I don't know many members or anything like that, but you know, the last 4 years were so tough. They had COVID. They came out of COVID, had the Santa Claus parade here, and had more people than they ever had ever. And they were the only Santa Claus parade that did that actually in this region. And I thought, oh, they can't top that. Well, this year they had more people than last year. They've done the Christmas market last year, which was packed. This one is doing well, I believe. They're trying innovative things and trying different stuff and coming out of the pandemic. I applaud them. Everyone that's helping the BIA and is on the BIA, throwing themselves out there. Downtown is so unique. You know, back in the day when my mom and that used to bring me down here in the 70s and that, and then the early 80s, Niagara Square came and basically emptied downtown because of it. Coming back, it's been up and down the whole time. All of a sudden, we're like, okay, well, we need some kind of post-secondary education down here. So we ended up getting, and we tried this about 10 years going through it as well. So we ended up getting the Innovation Hub, which was awesome, which is great. They're doing great things. They're creating jobs for people. They're doing great. And then all of a sudden, we're trying to get grants. We're doing stuff. All of a sudden, everyone thought this was a pipe dream of trying to get this post-secondary education system down. Now we have the University of Niagara Falls coming next year. It's coming right next door here. It's going to be unreal. So if there's a time we need the BIA and as many members as possible, is right now. It's going to change everything downtown. Property values are going to go up. There's going to be, I just imagine that the university here and all cobblestone, walking streets, cafes, our first grocery store, it's going to be a game changer for everyone. You see that circle over there, there's no stoplight on it because you're going around there, it's connecting to Thorolton Road because it's coming right through. They don't want to stop. There's going to be so much traffic down here. We got the GO train set up. If any important time that we need the BIA is right now. And what's fair? I don't know. I think having all the members that were there, let them be on it. It's a fair thing to do. But I'm not on the BIA. I'm on Clifton Hill BIA. I'm on the Main and Ferry BIA. And I can tell you what's happening internally there. I'm not the rep for this BIA, so I'll let it up to Councillor Campbell and see. He knows what's going on there and see what he thinks and what would be the best option for him.
Councillor Campbell, did you want
Okay. First of all, I was asked by the executive director to be the chair of the board external. Well, just a second. I'm sorry, I got something right here. I just drew a blank. Anyways, my role, I don't see my role as being for or against anything with respect to the downtown BIA. My role is to represent the city on that committee. And I know that there's a lot of conflict going on down there. Having listened to both sides of the story, and believe me, there's even more to it than has been spoken about tonight. The reality is, as chair of that committee that I was, there were so many times that we couldn't have a meeting because there wasn't enough members coming out to make a quorum. And I think that we need more members on the board because there are so many committees. And if it's going to function properly, they have to be going to the meetings and making sure that there's a quorum. That's all I can say.
And to that point, when you look at, and you want to do from 12, you want to go to 9 or to 7, or whatever it may be, you know, we got big things happening here in the city. They don't have the resources like we do. I can say, oh, people, well, if you're on council, if there was 2, you'd pick out of a hat. Well, we're council. We got resources behind us. They don't have resources behind the BIA to deal with stuff that's coming up in the next few years here and control around the businesses, because it's going to be booming down here. People are going to be selling if they don't want to be in. If they want to ride with the wave and go with it, they can sell. But we know everything's going to be happening down here. People are going to be buying like crazy. There's going to be student housing. It's going to be unbelievable. They're talking between 10 and 15,000 students and faculty down here. And they're all staying down here, living downtown. This is a huge game changer, especially with the GO train. It's going to be operating tons of times during the day. If there's a time we need more members on the BIA, it's now. So I'll stick with my original motion.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
I agree with most of the things Councillor Strange is saying. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. But currently, downtown BIA, they pay pretty hefty levy, and membership is not happy. And it shouldn't be like this. They went through 3 or 4 hours of gruesome process of election, and I think appointing all 12 of them for the board I think that's really not respecting the democratic process of election. So I would still suggest that we only pick 9 members, maybe 10 maximum, maybe, but I wouldn't. I'm not agreeing with 10. I would say 9.
Okay.
Thank you.
And to that point, did they not have 12 members a few years back? If Councillor Campbell,
Campbell, do you know, or does Mr.
I
Clerk?
don't know that.
Mr. Clerk, do you recall, did they have a different amount before?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
I can almost guarantee that they had 12 members a few years back, before the last term.
I can tell you. If someone's,
Pardon me?
I can tell you, we've never had 12 members.
No? Okay. So someone told me.
We used to have a $60,000 budget, if I may.
Well, we can't have a, if you want to come to the microphone.
I was just answering,
So you're saying there wasn't 12?
no. And I was, for many years, I was chairwoman, and then we flipped back.
Yeah, okay, we can't have a discussion. You come to the microphone if you like.
I didn't mean to speak tonight. I
That's
really
okay.
didn't, because I'm very, very upset with our representative. He was asleep half the night.
Okay, let's not
Whoa,
make
whoa,
those kind of
whoa,
comments.
wait a second.
Ma'am, please.
When I went, excuse me.
What's your
Okay.
name and your address, please?
My name is Anna Tartaglia.
And your address?
Pardon?
Your address?
My address is 4416 Queen Street.
Thank
I
you.
own Roberts Jewelers,
Thank
and
you.
I'm very successful. And I have never had a problem with the VIA before this year, or this time around. We took turns being chair people of the BIA. We had a small BIA, and it worked fine. We all chipped in, and with $60,000, we put up the flowers, and we cleaned the streets, we pulled the weeds, and it was okay, so we could keep the levy down. We advertised in the newspaper, not on, once a week, and everybody chipped in the money. What I have to say, I don't want to get into any things. All I know is I had six valid people that asked me to vote for them, and they weren't accepted. The one that was really upset was the drugstore, because he always relies on me to help him out. So she told me, when I went in to vote, I was told that they had 3 others from that drugstore. So just go away. We're not accepting that. So I said, well, how could that be? So I went back again with the other ones, and they said no. And they're all business people. With Olson and Sotillo, I couldn't vote. Butler Insurance, she wouldn't let me vote. And it was all done by Amanda, our executive director. There was one lady there that she had tape across her mouth, but she never said a word. And I asked her who she was, and then she finally said that Bill had sent her there. So that's how and Mike, don't smile. I've never seen you downtown. In the 40 years I've been there.
Excuse me, direct your comments to me,
Mr.
please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Worship.
That's
but
fine, but we got to keep decorum in this council
I
chamber.
just kept bottled, I've kept this bottled up so much that my husband's going to be very upset with me for even speaking right now. But, that was very elegant. But you've never been downtown. I've never seen you down there. In 40 years I've been there, you've never, I've never seen you. Yes, I've been there for 40
So you've known
years.
me for 40 years?
No, not you, but I've never seen you there.
We're going to keep the comments right here, please.
Okay.
And we're not going to make them
And as
personal.
far-
Nothing personal. If you want to talk about the BIA.
This is personal, but this is getting personal.
Well, let's not make it
Because
personal.
it was us, I was not able to vote. My 6 votes that were, entrusted on me, I was not able to vote. She just told me to go away. When I went back to ask the representative here, he was on his desk like this, and I thought, well, he's not well, so he's sleeping. And I went and sat down, and then the next time when we were doing the vote, he wasn't there when we were going to have the meeting. So the meeting was postponed. We never did have a meeting. We never did look at the budget to see where all this money is coming from, where is it going. We didn't have a budget. And for you to say that, you know, well, we're going to approve the budget, don't we have a say in that budget? It's our money. Now, 86%, you put our taxes up, our levy up, 86%, that's a lot of dollars. So a lot of people can't afford that. I mean, I can afford it, and maybe some of the people that have been there for years can afford it, but the new people can't afford that kind of a levy. The other thing is that 2 of the people that were voted in, or 3 of the people were voted in, I just heard, they don't pay a levy because they can't afford it, and the landlord doesn't bother to collect it for them. So they've been on the board all year, last year, this year, and I guess that they got elected again this year. So if there was any questions you wanted to ask me, now is the time, because...
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Any new comments of council? Yes.
Thank you,
Councilor
Mr. Mayor. I just had a message from someone who sent in an email, and they wondered how they could speak. I don't know if we can accommodate that, but they're asking.
If they didn't put it in the 24 hours, they missed the mark. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess I just wanted to say that we've received a lot of feedback on both sides of the situation. Most of the people that are upset with the downtown BIA are upset from the fact of the levy, and that's where I think that, you know, we just made the right decision by deferring it to the new board. Whether it's going to be 7 people, 9 people, 10 people, 12 people, we need to let that new board make up next year's budget.
Yep.
And hopefully, Your Worship, we can calm some of the turmoil that's there. We don't really want to be in the middle of, you know, the business owners and the BIA. I mean, I hope that, you know, the next term of the BIA is able to bring in some policies, some bylaws around elections, around what happens if you have a tie in an election, things of that nature, so we don't get caught in this. Again, Your Worship. But I think the right move forward was to defer the budget and let the new board deal with it.
Agreed. Okay, so we're gonna call this vote. Who made the motion again? I'm sorry, I'll remind me. Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that we, help me here. The recommendation was that 12 members.
To keep all 12 that were there, I guess. I don't.
Or, well,
the current 12. There was 3 ties and 2 ties. I said instead
Yes.
of breaking them up, let's just put all of them on. It's the liberal way to do it.
So we've got that, Mr. Clerk, and any questions to the motion?
I get recorded vote.
Okay, Mr. Clerk. Do that on the screen, or do we? Mr. Clerk, if I can, while you're doing that, since I'm going to be voting now too, I haven't spoken to it, I'm going to say I am going to support the motion, and I'm going to tell you why. Said number one, we talk about there being problems on the BIA. There's always been dissension on the BIA, always. As long as I've been around, 20 years, I've experienced it firsthand, first off. Number 2, we've worked very hard to bring the GO train to downtown and the university to downtown, and that is going to absolutely transform the downtown. We've changed the zoning of the downtown. We've got major proposals that will be coming forward with 15,000 students living and working in the downtown. It'll bring grocery stores, specialty stores, and these kind of nonsense discussions will go away because we're going to have a vibrant downtown. And the flowers are great, the weeds and all that, but we need a lot more. We need a life injection into the downtown. And whether it's 12, whether it's 10, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. And the budget, Councillor Pietrangelo said, we're sending it back. So this next group, if it's going to be 12 or if it's going to be 9, they're going to decide. And then we're going to probably approve whatever they decide. So people want to put their name forward, do it well in advance. Don't wait till the night of and show up. You guys got to have a better system downtown because there's more problems downtown than all the other BIAs combined. So I'm putting that back on you guys, not on us. we're not gonna referee. You guys referee yourselves. So I'm gonna support the 12. Everyone vote with their conscience. I'm good with that. So Mr. Clerk, let's call the vote.
Your Worship, the recommendation is that all 12 nominees that were remaining from the AGM be appointed to the new board of the Downtown BIA, as indicated in tonight's agenda. We'll call the vote. Councillor Baldinelli.
Support.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor?
Councillor Lococo.
Opposed?
Councillor Newesteg.
Opposed.
Councillor Patel.
Oppose?
Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Strange.
In favor.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Mayor Diodati.
I'm in favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone for coming out.
Oh, geez, I just woke up.
Item 12.3, council member appointments. Mr. Clerk, can you walk us through this part of the meeting, please?
Thanks, Your Worship. There was a memo included on today's agenda for the council member appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees. I did send out some emails leading up to today's meeting to gauge some interest and put together a chart that has even since been updated compared to what was on the agenda. So the newly updated chart is on the screen, and what I would suggest is that we just hear from the councillors if there are any changes, if someone has had second thoughts and they want to add themselves into consideration for these various committees. What I would suggest is that we start with the first page for the internal committees, and as it stands right now, those that are highlighted in yellow would require a vote to determine the number of members appointed. All of these internal committees, we could have anywhere from 1 to 2 members being appointed. So I would turn it over back to you, Your Worship, and to see if there's anyone else that would like to update the current list that we see on the screen by either adding or removing their names.
Councillor Pietrangelo, you had your hand up.
Well, Your Worship, I was kind of going to say what Mr. Mattson alluded to, in the sense that, you know, after looking at the report and seeing that we have some yellow areas, which means that we would have to have a runoff, I was wondering if anyone had kind of changed their mind. I mean, I don't want to talk about unwritten rules or protocol,
Okay.
but, you know, we can't all sit on 10 or 12 committees. That would just be way too many for everyone. So, I mean, I think there's a reasonable amount that, you know, we should put our name forward on. And so I'll put that out there to see if anyone, I mean, I only put myself on, I think, 4. I think that's what I have out there. So I put that out there, Your Worship, just to see if anyone wants to withdraw their name so that we don't have to have runoffs.
Right, okay. So why don't I start with the highlighted ones, and I'll see if anyone would like to remove their name. So remember, it's 1 or 2 members to be appointed. So we'll start with the Culture Committee. We've got Patel, Lococo, Campbell, and Newestag.
I'll
Yes?
take my name off.
Okay, Councillor Patel removes her name. Is anybody else between Lococo, Campbell, and Newestag for Culture Committee? Anyone else want to remove their name, or do they want to do a runoff? Okay, Councillor Newestag? Okay, so thank you for that. So that leaves Councillor Campbell and Lococo on Culture Committee. Okay. On Recreation Committee, we've got Newestag, Baldinelli, and Strange. So either one of them drops off, or we have to have a runoff for Recreation. Yes.
If I can just interrupt you for a second as well. The screen also says 1 or 2 members.
Yes.
So anyone who removes themselves can also add themselves
to another committee.
To another
Yeah.
committee if there's only
But
one
I'm only
person
doing
there.
the yellow ones right now.
I
that
understand.
we can't add.
You got it.
Okay. The other ones, no problem. So, so I'm sorry. Back to Recreation Committee. Newestag, Baldinelli, Strange. Does anybody want to remove their name, or if not, then we have to have a vote? Okay, I'm going to come back to that one. Let you think about that for a second. Park in the City. Baldinelli, Pietrangelo, Strange. Okay, Councillor Baldinelli removes himself from Park in the City. Okay. Okay, moving on. Niagara District Airport Commission, sorry. We've got Patel, Lococo, and Newestag.
I'll remove myself.
Okay, Councillor Newestag. Okay. All right, we'll come back to that one. Niagara Falls Tourism, Patel, Thompson, Campbell, Newestag, Baldinelli.
I'll remove my name.
Okay, Councillor Patel, Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, Councillor Baldinelli. So that leaves Thompson, Campbell, Newestag. Council Campbell, yes, Councillor Campbell.
I'll remove my name.
Okay, thank you for that. So that leaves Councillor Newestag and Thompson. We're getting there. We're getting there. So far, no votes. Niagara Falls Illumination Board. It's just one. Okay, Councillor Baldinelli's dropped his name. So that leaves Campbell, Patel, and Newestag. So there can only be one. So Patel, Campbell, and Newestag. Okay. So we'll.
I'll remove my name.
Okay. So Councillor Campbell removed himself from Illumination Board. So that leaves Patel and Newestag. And then. It's all right.
Okay, I'll take my name off.
Okay. See, this is the nice, peaceful, democratic way. We just talk. Okay, so Councillor Patel removes her name, so Councillor Newestag will be on the Illumination Board. Project Share, okay, I think we're good there. Lococo and Newestag.
No, there's only one, and I'll remove my name.
Oh, okay, one member unless other. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. One unless. Thank you. So Councillor Lococo removes her name, so Councillor Newestag is in. Convention Center Board. Yes, Councillor Baldinelli drops off, and that leaves Thompson and Patel.
You're staying there, right? Convention Center, you want to stay
I'm
there?
the chairman.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'll drop my name.
Okay, Councillor Patel, yeah. Yeah. They're gonna bury him there one day, that's what it's gonna be. And then regional committees, this is for transit. Councillor Morocco has, and I see, Councillor Crater's joined us tonight. Oh, very good, nice to see you here. Nice Christmas tie, except for when I introduced you, you weren't here, but that's okay. Councillor Lococo from the Regional Council, Lococo will be there, so Morocco. So that leaves Lococo and Campbell, and there's only one. So don't know if there's any feelings on that one for transit, and if not, then we'll do a vote in a little bit. So I'll leave that one. Nobody's making eye contact with me. Okay, we'll go to the top now. So it looks like we've got, I think, is it three runoffs? Is that what we have, Mr. Clerk? So we've got regional transit.
Yep.
We've got airport. And we've got, is it?
Recreation.
Recreation.
I'll take my name off recreation.
Okay, Councillor Newestag is off of recreation. Okay, great. So we don't have, not great, but great that we don't have to do a runoff. So then that leaves us with two then. So we've got the other two I mentioned. What were they again? Niagara District Airport Commission. So we've got Lococo and Newestag. Or is that right?
No, Patel and Lococo.
No, Patel, I'm sorry, and Newestag. And then we've got Lococo and Campbell for transit. So those are the two runoffs. And if there's no further changes from council, then we'll just have the vote. So yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess while the clerk is doing that, I wanted to ask, the Housing Technical Advisory Committee, was that set up with the region? And exactly what does that do? Because right now, that's the only one that we don't have a representative for.
That's a good question. Who would know the answer to the Housing Technical Advisory Committee? Do you know about that?
The HTAC.
Off the top of my head, I thought that was our former Director of Planning, Alex Hurlovich, that was involved with that, so I was never involved myself.
I think it might be a regional committee, Your Worship.
We can have staff come back to us on that one. Why don't we do that?
Yeah, I'm not positive. I mean, I just kind of wanted to know a little bit about it. I mean, it does sound interesting.
So why don't we just have staff come back? 'Cause since
Yeah,
it
that's
seems no one in this room knows what's going on
Okay.
with it, yeah.
Actually, while we are on it, Mr. Mayor. Property standards and dangerous dog. Sorry. The Property Standards and Dangerous Dog Committee,
Yes.
I think Councillor Newsting wanted to sit on it, and I think we want to add a name to it. Property
Okay.
standard
Yep.
and beautification.
Okay. Property
That's-
standards, dangerous dogs, that one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Beautification.
Well, that's gonna go, but.
Yeah.
Not dogs beautification, properties beautification.
So do you want your name added to?
Yes.
Okay. So Councillor Newestag would like her name added to property standards and dangerous dogs. And where's beautification?
Oh, no, we want to add the
No,
name
we're
to
adding
it. Is it possible to change the name or no?
City,
Oh,
because that's going environmental.
right. Okay. And
Property
change the
stand-
name, you're saying? Yes, Mr. Clerk?
I think by changing the name, you're suggesting that a whole new terms of reference be implemented because that's not what that committee deals with. That if there's any property standards complaints, the residents would have a right to appeal, and they use the property standards for that purpose. Because they were very seldom used, and then through the update of our animal control bylaw, we realized that we also needed a dangerous dogs committee last term for whenever there's a muzzle order issued on a dog, the owner of that dog has the right to appeal. We've actually had more muzzle order appeals than we have property standards appeals. So neither of them actually deal with the beautification of the city. I know it's a great thought, but it has almost zero to do with the terms of reference for either of those committees.
Okay. We'll create a new committee.
Yeah, let's try it. Any other adjectives you'd like to add in on that committee? So are we ready to do do we have ballots or something, or how are we doing this?
Well, I think I was scrambling to edit all of these ballots, but considering that the two committees that we would need to vote on only have two people, I could distribute ballots, or if you like, we could just have a show of hands if you'd rather get through this quicker. But
Yeah,
we could do
for
ballots.
ballots. Yeah.
Maybe in the meantime, you could
Yeah.
also entertain if there's anyone that wanted to be added, such as Councillor Newestag being added to the property standards and dangerous dogs. If there's any others that are a little bit shy, now's the time to hear about this.
I'll keep talking if you want to throw the day.
No, that's okay. It's not necessary.
Sure.
Does anybody else want to? Yes, Councillor Coco?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I missed it. Are we going to be given an opportunity to speak before voting?
Sure. Yeah, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is anyone else like to add their name to any of the other committees where you see one and they're allowed two? Yes, Councillor Patel.
I will add my name to Diversity Committee.
Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Patel to Diversity. So that fills that one up. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo. Yes.
Yeah, Your Worship, I wanted to mention as well, I know that the issue of property standards and beautification has been brought up. Last time I talked about the park in the city kind of evolving into the environmental advisory board or environmental advisory committee. I think there's some desire by Councillor Newestag and by Councillor Patel to take on the beautification of that. Because we used to do schools in bloom, we used to do communities in bloom, but now Park in the City is kind of evolving into that environmental committee where the focus is going to be more trees, the tree canopy, things of that nature. So perhaps not only can we look at a committee for, I know we mentioned some things last time, like the hospice, the cemetery, perhaps we can look at beautification as well. And that can be a committee that they can sit on. And I understand what Mr. Mattson's saying, it would need terms of reference. But if you need a motion to that effect, Your Worship, I'm happy to make it.
Why don't we make direction to come back on that, and also with more information on the one you were asking about, the Housing Technical Advisory Committee.
The HTAC.
The HTAC, better known as the HTAC Committee. So maybe we can have staff come back. Did you want to make?
Yeah, I'll make that motion, Your Worship.
So, sorry, Bill, I know you're trying to do something.
That's okay, I'll act as the clerk.
What's that?
I'll act as the clerk.
Yeah.
Actually, our CIO can.
Well, we can just take staff direction instead of.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. HTAC and the beautification, yeah. Okay, yes, Councillor Coco.
I
Sorry.
do have a question, Mr. Mayor. I did send a message to the clerk, and we didn't talk about it. The Homelessness Committee, I know Councillor Campbell was the chair of it, and I didn't see his name, and my name's sitting there. What's happening on the committee? It was an ad hoc committee, and I think Councillor Campbell chose the committee. Will this be going out to residents to put their names in? How is that going to work?
I know the clerk's doing a whole bunch of things here. I almost feel bad he's gonna.
Yeah, I don't have all the answers for all these committees. I don't sit as the staff liaison on that one as well. With it being an ad hoc committee, it just gets called when required. I'd have to do much like we're doing with the Housing Technical Advisory Committee and have staff look into that and come back with some answers.
Okay, maybe we can get a report from Councillor Campbell about what has been done as in the past to see where we're going.
Yeah, or maybe, yes, Councillor Campbell.
Well, I found it difficult not having a staff member. And we were successful in getting the old library.
Yep, Carnegie Building, yep.
And there are other things that are coming up, but I think as a committee, it needed to have a staff member. That staff member could give us further direction with respect to some of the things that we wanted to do or not do. So.
Sorry, Andrew, were you putting your hand up?
Just for
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was, and we can report back, but I was just going to report back on the Housing Technical Advisory Committee. So that was created.
HTAC?
Yeah, HTAC. That was created as part of our housing strategy that we worked on over the past couple years. So we had 2 council members sitting on that TAC committee to provide advice and hear about the things we were coming up with for our housing strategy that now council's approved. Obviously, there may be a future role in that as well as we continue on the recommendations of that housing strategy. So generally, that's what that committee is for.
Okay. So there were a couple council members?
Yeah, there was.
I believe. Yeah.
So are you suggesting it's not necessary now? Is that what you're
No, I do think it's necessary. Though it is the housing study is done, but
Yeah.
there's a number of recommendations within that housing study that we'll be moving forward with over the next coming years. So I think it is something that's going to move forward with assistance.
That's fine.
Okay, so Councillors Lococo and Pietrangelo will sit on HTAC.
No, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Patel
Oh, I'm
will,
sorry.
so that's fine.
Councillor Patel and Councillor Pietrangelo will sit on HTAC. HTAC. You should get jackets made up. HTAC. Okay, yeah.
What university is that? Not HVAC.
Okay, just so everyone is clear, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand out the chart. We only need to use the back side of the chart. Also, and we're only voting on the Niagara District Airport Commission, so that's right at the top of the page. And we're only voting on the Niagara Transit Commission, which is at the bottom of the page. So for Niagara District Airport Commission, it is Councillors Patel and Lococo. I would suggest you just circle one of those names. And for the Niagara Transit Commission, it is Councillors Lococo and Campbell. Again, if you would just circle one of those names.
Can we maybe build, Councillor Lococo requested that she could speak to it? Sure. So if you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Which one are we doing first?
I think both. I think they're doing them both.
Okay, I'll speak about the airport first. I am currently sitting on the airport, and this past 4 years in this term, it's really been a lot of change at the airport. Some of the things that we've worked on have been the fee schedule. We got an ACAP grant. It was $1 million. It's the first time that the airport was able to apply for the grant, and I was fortunate that I knew a grant writer and I made the connection there, so that's how we got that grant. And we've worked on a lot of different things, but one of the things that we need to work on is looking at the future. We need to expand the airport, and there's a couple of different ways that we can do that. We can do that by expanding the length of the runway to get larger planes to come in to service the community. But I think we also need to work with our tourism partners. There's a lot of things, a lot of opportunities that are missed right now, so it's really important that we connect with those. Some of the other things on the airport is they've done a restructure of their building model. We've had a strategic plan, so I was very fortunate to work on that as well. And one of the other things that we worked on was the ownership of the airport. At one point, we were talking about moving towards the region, so we put an RFP together for that. And then we've also sort of nixed that idea, and now we're looking at a private partnership. So we put out an RFP for that. That took a lot of work from the staff, and I was involved in a little bit about that. One of the airport committee for me has been the most learning. It's a lot of reading, a lot of detail, and it's been a real wonderful experience, and I would like to continue on. And that being said, I know that almost half of the commission moving forward is not going to be there. So I do think that it's important for consistency and continuity. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Do you want me to do transit too? Okay, so transit, when I read the outline, at one point, when we know from last meeting, I was the only one that put my hand up, and then Councillor Campbell did afterwards. They are looking for someone who has business experience. I am a small business owner in the past and a current small business owner now, in the sense that I do have an event planning business. And strategic planning, they are looking at strategic planning. I've been very fortunate to work on a lot of nonprofit and some profit strategic planning, most recently just yesterday with the library. So there's a lot of the information that they're looking at. Being a part of the anti-racism committee, I know that they're looking for diversity and inclusion, so I do have some of that experience as well. And I did serve on an international board that I was able to connect with people around the world, so there was a lot of training and ethics and how to work with different people from different cultures and races, so that's helped me. Been in the legal field for 23 years. Governance is a huge thing, sticking to laws and bylaws. So that's some of my qualifications.
Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I can't speak the technical terms the way Councillor Coco is saying, because I'm not on the commission, but I would like to see our airport expand. The way I see it, when we have commercial flights coming to the airport, we're going to have more jobs. More jobs, more revenues. Currently, lots of people are flying to Toronto and they're visiting Niagara Falls for one day. I would like to see it other way around. People landing in Niagara Falls, staying in Niagara Falls, and visiting Toronto for one day. Anything that brings job in Niagara Falls, anything that brings revenue to Niagara Falls, more revenue we have, less taxes will go off our residents. So anything to keep the taxes low, I will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Campbell.
Yes. One of the main reasons that I wanted to be on the Niagara Transit Commission Regional, as a member of the Senior Citizens Committee, one of the biggest things that we created in the past 4 years was we got free transportation for seniors. And it was very, very successful. Unfortunately, it never went further than the trial period. I would like to be part of that process to include less fortunate people on welfare, people on ODSP, anything with respect to transit in the community. And that's the perspective I'm coming from, is to make sure that those less fortunate people in our community will get included in the process.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now everyone should be voting if you haven't already. Thank you. What's that? Oh, you're supposed to text it in. Text it in. Bill, will we need to officially do Councillor Morocco as well tonight?
Yes. Yeah, to appoint her, yes.
Yeah.
Helga and I have supported that jewel compass for decades, and I can't even believe it. Helga's going to purchase something she got at auction, and then Helga comes home and tells me all this stuff with respect to me.
Your Worship, we do have the results in, and for the Niagara District Airport, the council representative there would be Councillor Patel. And for the Niagara Transit Commission, the councillor representative there would be Councillor Campbell. So for the rest of the committees, I think we've gone through them all, and we'll make note of those and we'll bring forward a bylaw to make that official for the next meeting. Technically, if any of this was to start today, the confirmatory bylaw does confirm that, but we will bring it forward in a bylaw to make those appointments official. That would also include Councillor Morocco added on to the Niagara Transit Commission as well. The next step would be to get the citizen appointments underway. The library board appointment process or application process is already on the city's webpage, and we'll follow up shortly with the rest of the committees now that we know who the council representatives are.
Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. Now we go to resolutions. We have one resolution. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson. Chairman Thompson. Second by Councillor Strange. And the motion is that 9 directors be selected to the shareholders' current term, which is all members of council. All those in favor? Okay, that's... Pardon me? And then ratification of in camera, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. Council did meet earlier this afternoon in camera session for one particular item, and the ratification of that item is that council approved the sale of land within the Montrose Business Park, being Part 17 on reference plan 59R 16028 at a price of $225,000 per acre.
Okay, motion to ratify in camera, Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Item 15, notice of motions. Are there any notice of motions? How about new business? Any new business? Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, for some of the new councillors, I do this toy drive every year for Dalton's Wish, and Dalton Jakes was one of our Heaters Heroes back in 2015. He's a great kid. Unfortunately, he got osteosarcoma, and they wanted to remove his leg, but they just removed a piece of the bone in his leg, and he was in remission for about 6 months. Unfortunately, it spread to his jaw. And just before Christmas in 2015, we kind of asked him, you know, what do you want? We actually gave him a wish. He went and saw Sidney Crosby, and he was his hero. So we made that happen through Larry Landon, which was just amazing. But we asked him, so what do you want for Christmas? And so unselfish of Dalton, he says, I just want presents for everyone that's staying at Ron McDonald House, because he loved Ron McDonald House so much in Hamilton, because his friends stayed there, his parents stayed there, and a lot of the sick children, they stay in the hospital, but all their siblings and family stay at the Ron McDonald House, and during a tough time like this at Christmas. So shortly after, he was in palliative care, and he passed away, but we continue Dalton's Wish. We're on his 8th year now. And Rob Phillips from Boston Pizza helps us out on Dorchester Morrison. He's amazing. So this Thursday from 4 to 7, we're asking anyone that would like to bring a toy, a gift card, anything. Ron McDonald is saying they need more between infant to 4-year-olds and 15 to 18-year-olds, because that's who are at the house mostly that needs, whatever it may be. If you bring anything, we want it just unwrapped so they can choose what they want, if it's packaged. But we just want to carry on Dalton's Wish. We've done it for 8 years. I know his family in Welland really appreciate it. Deb and Norm and his sister Shelby. And at one time we actually lit all of Main Street, Welland Bridge, gold for him. So it was pretty, he had an impact on everybody. He really did. So we'd like to carry on his wish. And so if anyone would like to donate, we're going to deliver the presents to Ron McDonald House and the toys next week. So if you can't make it to Boston Pizza on Thursday, you can arrange to pick up toys or gift cards or whatever it may be. But we'll be there from 4 to 7 to come by, and you can wish their family to be there and wish them well and during a tough time, and carry on Dalton's Wish to help other kids as they're suffering.
And that's a Boston Pizza on Dorchester.
Boston Pizza on Dorchester.
4 till 7 on Thursday.
Yep.
Okay. And if they can't get there and they want to donate something, where do they take the toy or the gift card?
They can just contact me on Facebook, and I can make arrangements to pick up or meet them somewhere and pick them up. And because we're going to be delivering them next week, so we'll get a hold of you. We'll figure it out.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Any other new business? Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I kind of have a question. Earlier, Councillor Newsting was talking about the property on Kitchener Street. It's
Yes.
making it look pretty. So what committee does it fall on? Like making property standards, bringing it up, have to have certain amount of grass on the property? What committee does it fall on?
Is it committee or staff, or what does that fall under? Planning?
Planning?
Can somebody answer that question? Ms. Dolch, do you know? Pardon me? No real committee, eh?
No, not really committee.
So for grass, you mean like driveway coverage and things like that?
Like grass and making the certain places, properties are looking so dingy. Niagara Falls is a tourist city. I think we should have certain standards of properties looking presentable. That's the way I see it.
So is that property standards, Ms. Dolch?
Through you to the council, that's correct. It's Property Standards Committee.
Yeah, we're on it. Okay.
You're on it?
Yep.
So get on it. Go for a drive. Councillor Pietrangelo.
If I could just weigh in for a second, it would fall under property standards if they were in default of something. But what I believe the councillor is talking about is beautifying properties more. So perhaps there's going to be suggestions that you bring forward in terms of upgrading the property standards policies that we have. Because right now, I agree with you, there's a lot of places that don't look beautiful, but they do fall within the policies that the city has. So if it's a matter of just bringing policies forward and having them upgraded, that would be the way to go about it.
Thank you for that. New business, any other new business? Motion for adjournment? Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Thompson. What? Oh, wait. Bylaws.
Thank you, Richard. First, second, and third.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Almost missed that one. Thank you. Now can I go to...
Merry Christmas, Hubert.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody. Safe vacation. Enjoy your downtime. Don't drink and drive. Motion for adjournment, Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? All right, thank you. We're adjourned.